WMMR.
Hi, thanks, Kat. A little bit later start for our entertainment report and stupid question, all that stuff. But we got the A to Z happening. We got all kinds of stuff that are taking place. So, stupid question, digital download of Snake Eyes, G.I. Joe Origins, what we're going to give away. The question I have for you this morning, in what film will you find a character named Stacy Jacks? 215-263.
Hey, this is for me.
WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer to that. In what film do you find a character named Stacy Jacks? All right, call now, 215-263. WMMR. I'm going to go through some birthdays. Thursday, September 2nd. Nick, it's Terry Bradshaw's birthday today. Terry Bradshaw. He is celebrating his 73rd birthday today.
You still have that TV show?
Oh, yeah.
The Bradshaw family
yes,
or whatever? Yeah.
New season. In fact, they're running promos for the new season.
Oh, Dad.
And yeah, exactly.
What are you doing?
Well, I was just making cereal in the microwave. What are these? They're sanitary napkins, Dad. I was using them to blow my nose.
That's what the show is. Terry Bradshaw, 73 today. Jimmy Connors, Hall of Fame, pro tennis player. He turns 69 years old today. Were he and Chris Everett a thing for a while?
In fact, I saw the U.S. Open a couple of times when they were the couple and they were hanging out together. And, man, you want to talk about being besieged by paparazzi. Even then, crazy.
They were a power couple.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. He's 69 today. Salma Hayek.
Oh,
Yay!
Dream girl.
Your dream girl.
I love her.
Yeah, she's pretty awesome. Yeah, she is 55 years old today.
She's in the Eternals.
That's correct. Yes, I'm looking forward to that. Come out in December, maybe?
November.
I hope so. It might get bumped. You know?
Yeah, I've got stories of more things getting bumped, believe it or not. But yes, Salma Hayek is fantastic.
I saw her in person.
That's right, in a hotel.
Tiny, but curvy.
She's very buxom.
Yeah.
And she is not shy about sharing that on social media.
No.
If you follow her on Instagram, she posts some great pictures. Hey, she's in great shape. She looks great. Why not?
That's why we do it.
Yeah, she is 55 today. It's Keanu Reeves' birthday. What's that?
Vaya con Dios.
Vaya con Dios. I'm sorry, I was burping.
Vaya con Dios.
Vaya con Dios, Bodie.
Join me and Marcus.
Hey, it's Marcus. Hey, it's Keanu. So Keanu Reeves celebrates his 57th birthday.
He's great.
Wow. I started watching, Steve, and I didn't finish it, but the most recent Bill and
Parabellum?
Ted. No, the most recent Bill and Ted movie.
Yeah.
I was having fun. It was fun. I didn't finish it, and I don't know if I ever will, but I did like what I saw. They were having fun with it.
That's exactly it. It is a fun movie. Is it great? No.
Yeah.
But there are moments that are really good that remind you in a good way of the past movies, and that's all you need.
Yeah.
Yep. Hang on a second here.
Back off, war child, seriously.
Seriously. So Keanu
Seriously. War child.
is 57 today. Actor Mark Harmon of NCIS fame.
So what's the deal? Is
many other things.
Is he difficult, or who is it?
Oh yeah, Paulie Perrette.
Paulie Perrette was saying that he was really difficult to work with.
He had a dog that was not nice too.
Yeah, she hated him.
She hates his guts.
He is 70 years old today, and he and Pam Dauber are still together.
What?
Yeah, Mindy from Work and Mindy.
She seems pleasant.
Oh,
why would she hang out with her?
Who do you think I was talking about?
The chick from summer school. I thought her name is Pam too, right?
Which chick from summer school?
The blonde who fell in love with Shoop.
That's Courtney Thorne-Smith.
Yeah, her name's
Sounds a lot
Pam
like
in the
Pam
movie.
Dauber.
Her name is Pam in that movie.
Okay.
Or she reminds me of somebody named Pam. One of those things.
We'll go with that one.
Yeah.
He is 70 today. Lennox Lewis, the heavyweight boxer, turns 56 today.
He reminds me of Ronald Reagan.
He reminds you of Ronald Reagan. The actor?
Pam.
And then you have...
was that Ted Lasso, or was
it was me doing Coach Beard from Ted Lasso doing Doc Brown.
Well done.
So. The actor? And then finally, musician Steve Porcaro, one of the Porcaro brothers of Toto fame, is 64 years old today. The keyboard solo in this song is pretty badass, man.
Which Porcaro died?
Jeff.
Yeah,
he was one of the great session drummers, one of the all-time greats. So Steve Porcaro turns 64 today. Yes.
Courtney Thorne-Smith's name is Pam House in the movie
There you
Summer
go.
School. Okay.
Vindicated.
You heard it
right
yes.
here. All right, we'll see if somebody knows the answer to this stupid question. question. In what film do you find a character named Stacy Jacks? And we will go to Kevin, see if he knows the answer. Good morning, Kevin.
Morning, guys.
All right, Kevin, what movie brings us Stacy Jacks?
The Rock of Ages.
Rock of Ages, yep.
Tom Cruise played Stacy Jacks.
That is one of the weirdest. He's almost like Negan throughout that movie, Preston. He's always like this, like
Yeah, he's like stumbling drunk right?
Yeah, always swaying back and forth, doing the deal.
All right, Kevin, hang on. We're going to set you up with a digital download of Snake Eyes G.I. Joe Origins and what critics call the best G.I. Joe movie ever. The iconic hero Snake Eyes rises to become the ultimate warrior in the battle against Cobra. You can buy it on digital today with all new special features, a bonus short film, and more. It's rated PG-13, and that is from Paramount Pictures. All right, we'll start with this story. Britney Spears will not face criminal charges after being accused of misdemeanor battery by an employee. You remember this?
Yes.
The Ventura County District Attorney Office announced it yesterday. The singer had been accused of slapping a phone out of her housekeeper's hand during an argument on August 16th regarding the veterinary care of Spears' dogs. The housekeeper
Show us your boobs!
filed a report with the Ventura County Sheriff's Department for alleged misdemeanor battery, indicating damage to the phone's screen protector. The employee had no visible injuries, though. Misdemeanor Unit Supervisor Blake Keller reviewed the case. However, prosecutors declined to press charges against Spears based upon insufficient evidence that a crime had occurred and the lack of injury to the housekeeper or significant damage. So nothing happened. Nobody got hurt, and nothing, you know.
And honestly, if they sent her to prison and the other prisoners find out she cracked a phone screen, she's going to be a target.
Spears' lawyer, Matthew Rosengart, said, to its credit, the Ventura County District Attorney's Office has now, not surprisingly, formally rejected the misdemeanor allegations against Britney Spears, which the Sheriff's Department itself has acknowledged was a very minor or extremely minor incident, even as alleged, and there also was no striking and obviously no injury.
of justice.
This
This phone case came into the world completely clear without any scratch marks, and now it is destitute.
He said, as I have previously stated, this was nothing more than sensationalized tabloid fodder and overblown, he said, she said, regarding a cell phone. If this involved Jane Doe rather than Britney Spears, it would not have been pursued or covered
You need
at all.
me on that phone.
Yes. TMZ previously reported that the incident occurred after the employee took Britney's dogs to the veterinarian, and they argued about the animals' well-being.
Are they well?
I don't know. Though the animals are reportedly removed from Spears' home, the pop star was reunited with her dogs before the weekend, a source said. The source said her dogs are a sensitive breed that often has health issues.
Woof.
So she's not going to be facing any kind of real issues. Now, speaking of Britney, her ex-husband, Jason Alexander,
Yes.
from Seinfeld.
Right, yes.
No, a guy
Wait,
named
is
Jason
that his
Alexander.
name?
Yes, yeah. Remember when it first became the story, everyone was going, you got to be kidding me. And no, not that Jason Alexander.
Well, he was arrested at a Nashville airport, and I don't have many details other than he allegedly walked through a secure side of the concourse. Alexander claims that the incident was accidental, but they had to arrest him anyway because he was where he wasn't supposed to be.
Doesn't sound like a hardcore crime.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
But it's Britney related, so I figured I'd throw it in there.
It's news, so.
It's news.
News you can use.
All right. Can we safely say that Tom Holland and Zendaya are a couple now? Holland had posted a sweet birthday tribute to Zendaya on Instagram, calling her my MJ, referencing, of course, Mary Jane from the upcoming release of the new Spider-Man movie. He closed the post by saying, give me a call when you're up, and then he put 3 X's. So I guess those are kisses. The shot shows Holland rocking his Spider-Man outfit, by the way, up to the neck he's wearing it. With Zendaya close behind, snapping a picture.
He also put your Y-O-U-R.
They have it spelled Y-O-U''RE, but I'm not looking
Look at the
directly.
post.
Oh,
Yes.
the post does?
But that's the way, according to Marvel law, Spider-Man has a problem with that particular word.
when you're up.
Yeah.
I bet that drives Nick crazy.
He really should be banned from
Tell me.
Instagram.
Right? Yeah. Their new film, Spider-Man No Way Home, is going to be opening December 17th. Man, there's some good movies coming. Good movies
my
and
God.
TV shows.
The trailer for that is terrific.
Yep. Well, we mentioned Stacey Jacks, Rock of Ages. I've got a story about Tom Cruise. He's getting a double pushback on his upcoming blockbusters. This sucks because you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Movies being delayed. Top Gun Maverick, which was scheduled to be released in November, will now open May 2022. They keep pushing it back.
So if you see Dr. Mike around today, give him a big hug because this is going to hit him hard.
I know. He really wants this
He's a
movie
massive Top Gun fan.
While Mission Impossible 7's release date of May 2022 has been bumped to September of 2022, so a full year from now before that comes out.
And you know who his love interest is in that movie, Preston?
No, who?
Agent Carter.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. These decisions were made due to concerns stemming from the Delta variant of COVID, fearing the fast-spreading strain will affect moviegoers' attendance and create a risky cinema experience.
Listen, I know exactly where they're coming from. There's no way to know what is going to be the situation in the theaters, and they just figure, let's get over this holiday hump, clear out the year, and then start again.
And they've sunk so much money into these that they cannot afford to have them fizzle.
Well, here you have an instance where you have Shang-Chi opening up, and they're going directly, it's theater only. So that is and they were saying it's an experiment, but what is an experiment right now might not be or yield the same results in 4 weeks.
Good point.
And they don't know.
Paramount consulted epidemiologists on the decisions who are hopeful that the box office will recover in 2022.
And this was supposed to come out last year,
Yes.
which means that it was finished filming probably 2 or 3 years ago at this point. You know?
Nick, I'm curious because the Bond movie had been delayed multiple times. In fact, Daniel Craig had hosted SNL in anticipation of its release.
Yeah.
That's how imminent it was. Imminent, I should say. And no, my guess is they might delay that as well.
And you know what? As a result, this better be an amazing movie. When you have, that's why I was so mad at Wonder Woman 84, because it sat on the shelf for so long, Steve.
They could have futzed around with it.
They
I know.
could have done something.
I know.
Terrible.
A big letdown.
Yeah.
Not for Gal Gadot. She was amazing.
Mike Richards' tenure at Jeopardy is now officially and fully over, not only as new host but as executive producer. That decision followed not too far behind an exhaustive report from Claire McNear that detailed Richards' history of troubling, often sexist and bigoted comments. In the aftermath of the latest Richards announcement, plenty of people celebrated the news, but perhaps no one was happier than Jeopardy champ James Holzhauer.
Yeah, I saw this, and I was like, what?
Yeah,
what went on between those two?
He did not treat them well.
Yeah, so that's the story. So he's already been quite vocal on the Richards controversy, with him initially calling out how the show disregarded the, quote, 3 obvious candidates before deciding that Richards was the, quote, winner. Well, Richards isn't winning any longer, and once he heard the news, Holzhauer immediately tweeted a Ding Dong the Witch is Dead gif, not being subtle about it at all. Later, though, and after some users asked him to explain why he felt so strongly that Richards wasn't the right choice for the gig, the champ tweeted that although many people have judged Richards based upon McNear's report and formed a negative opinion about his podcast comments, Holzhauer's feelings were based upon personal experience. He said, I judged him by the way he treated people backstage at Jeopardy and formed a much stronger negative opinion.
Isn't that wild? Because after Alex passed, and in the days leading up to his, when we knew he had passed away and they were going to present the final episode, Mike Richards, seemed very touched and very empathetic and tied into the emotion. And, my perception of it initially was, and I understand it did impact, but I'm like, I got no vibe that he was a real bastard,
Right. Well, he's a Hollywood type, so he can maybe turn it on and turn it off, but he probably did have a genuine,
admiration and love for Alex.
But, now you're looking at a track record, and here's a guy who would get nothing out of this.
Right.
You're saying he was a dick.
Yeah.
You know,
Honestly, he always rubbed me the wrong way. I didn't like him as a host. He seemed smug, and there was something about his assumption when he got to the role that he was the executive producer and therefore he deserved it. And I think that like he would turn that stuff on for the camera. I also read that he was a jerk to Ken Jennings, and there was a tournament of champions, and he made them sit backstage, didn't allow them into the audience. Ken and James Holzhauer. So, it sucks that he lost his job as executive producer. I don't know why they needed to fire him from that, but I'm kind of glad he's not the host.
He actually lost too because he's also the executive producer of Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought there were people that did a much better job. So,
Buzzy Cohen, they've been rerunning the Buzzy Cohen episodes, and he did a great job. Ken did a great job.
Ken did an excellent job. Yeah. So they've got people to choose from.
So do it.
So anyhow, he's out. Kanye West's lyrics continued to raise eyebrows in his new song Hurricane, which is featured on his recently released 10th studio album Donda. The 44-year-old rapper seemingly hints that he had cheated on his estranged wife Kim after welcoming their first two children together. So in one of the lines, in one of the songs, in this song Hurricane, one of the lines says, "Here I go acting too rich, here I go with a new chick. And I know what the truth is, still playing after two kids. It's a lot to digest when your life always moving." So he's still playing after two kids.
And he's still moving with some chick.
So a source tells people that the lyrics are, in a way, Kanye's testimony of everything he did wrong and his apology and taking accountability. In the lyrics, West also appears to reference the California mansion that he once shared with Kim that had been featured in an issue of Architectural Digest last year. So he wrote, "Architectural Digest, but I needed home improvement. $60 million home, never went home to it." And he wrote, "Genius gone clueless, it's a whole lot to risk."
And look at the line below that.
What does it say?
Alcohol Anonymous, who's the busiest loser? Hated by the rumors, read into it too much.
Whoa. So Hurricane isn't the only track on West's new album that seems to reference Kim. On Lord, I Need You, West appears to allude to the Keeping Up with the Kardashians alum and how she made appearances at his Donda listening parties with their children. He had written and sang, "Time and space is a luxury, but you came here to show that you still in love with me."
I thought it was weird. He on the album, he does a cover of Cheeseburger in Paradise.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, which seems a complete
Jimmy
departure.
Buffett fan.
Yeah.
An insider recently told people that though the Skims founder has been publicly supporting West at his listening parties, including appearing in a recreation of their 2014 wedding, she is still moving forward with the divorce. Let's see. How about this? I got a few pieces here. Bel Air has found its Fresh Prince. In an announcement video on Tuesday, it was revived that newcomer and West Philadelphia native Jabari Banks is going to play the role of Will in the forthcoming Fresh Prince of Bel Air reboot.
You can see, and if you watch the video of him revealing this to the kid, you see whether he got it. He's got that same sort of Will Smith at that time in his life vibe.
Okay.
Very instantly likable.
In the video, Banks also explains that he learned about the role after his father sent him an article about it. 2 months later, he received a call from his agent, and then Smith apparently tells Banks in the video, "You've got a fantastic road ahead of you, and I'm looking forward to being an asset for you in this process as you build out your life and build out your career." As previously reported, the hour-long series is a reimagining of the 90s sitcom as a drama series. It's based on a viral YouTube trailer created by writer Morgan Cooper that explores Will's complicated journey from the streets of West Philadelphia to the gated mansions of Bel Air.
I like in the video, by the way, Preston, he's wearing a Harvard shirt. I think it's the same one you have, Casey, where Harvard is spelled
Harvard's
with an
spelled
E.
wrong?
Yeah.
Harvard.
People don't even realize it. I have worn that out so many times, and people have no clue that it's spelled wrong.
I love it.
Yeah.
Additional casting is yet to be announced. There's for a while there, popping up on my YouTube homepage were clips of Will Smith in what is the movie where he's trying to find a job? He's going around with his son.
Pursuit of Happiness.
Pursuit of Happiness. That scene where they tell him that he gets a job is It's some of the finest acting
It's great.
I've
It's
seen
great.
from almost
Yeah.
anybody.
No,
he's holding back the tears and
Yeah.
trying to keep his composure. It's
a true
outstanding.
story,
Will
too.
Smith is solid at what he does. So that's cool that he's found the right person to play this character.
Yeah.
That he gives his approval to. A historic milestone has been reached by writer-director Nia DaCosta. She is the first black female director to have a film debut in the #1 spot in the U.S. box office with Candyman.
Nice.
She co-wrote the sequel to the original 1992 horror film with Jordan Peele, casting all black leads and addressing elements of racism throughout the film. The movie is also the second highest-grossing three-day opening for a black female director, right behind Ava DuVernay for A Wrinkle in Time. Candyman is currently in theaters.
I saw a tweet that was really funny about Candyman, and it's true. It's like Candyman he's a reasonable person. Just don't say his name, and he'll stay out of your life.
Yeah,
it's as simple as
you
that.
say it
Like,
a couple
he's
times.
there.
You got to say it 5 times in
Yeah.
front of a mirror. Otherwise, he'll leave you the F alone.
He's just minding his own business.
Just being all Candyman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you say his name, and then why? Now I got.
Well, you wanted me.
But why does that bother him so much?
Well, I don't know.
Well, he's got issues. I mean, he's
he
not
says,
innocent.
keep my name out your mouth. Is
Yeah.
what he said.
That's basically it, man.
So, but if I were to say your name 5 times, you wouldn't come and kill me.
No,
Well, it depends
he
on
would
how
give
you
you a
say
kiss
it.
on the forehead.
Yeah.
That's right. Go ahead. Go ahead. Say my name 5
Casey
times.
boy, Casey boy, Casey boy, Casey boy, Casey boy, Casey boy. I think I said 5 times. I just got a kiss on the forehead. That was nice.
You guys are so weird.
Say my name 5 times.
A different kind of thing.
That would be the worst horror movie ever.
This is not it. Scary.
Yeah.
It's a little creepy,
Said
I
this
guess.
guy's name in the bathroom mirror, and it came out and kissed my forehead.
I don't understand.
I was sitting here minding my own business.
And there I
And
went.
you
I
summoned
did
me
it.
to kiss your
I went
forehead.
and did it.
Keep my name out your mouth.
Well, that kind of made my day. You know, it honestly did. So thanks, pal. I appreciate
I was just relaying the legend.
So, good news. If you are looking for an old sitcom to binge, Netflix has announced that the entirety of Seinfeld will be coming to their streaming service on October 1st. So, all of them.
Were you a big Seinfeld fan?
I was not. Listen,
Yeah.
here's the deal with me. I usually don't latch on to the big popular comedies. I didn't watch Friends. Listen, I watch enough to know the characters.
Sure.
Same thing with Seinfeld.
Right.
But I didn't get caught up in the whole.
Yada, yada, yada. All that. Yeah,
But I mean, just the whole living that show. This
Sure.
is the greatest show on television. I found it funny, but it didn't. Once people started to get fanatical about it, I was like, well, I
You
don't
got
like
annoyed?
it. I don't like it that much.
It was easy to
And I
get
got a little
annoyed by
yeah.
the people who were, but it was a great show. It was part of that legendary Thursday night lineup.
Sure. Yeah.
It was just amazing.
I never watched them like when they aired. I was like always
okay.
a little behind. Do you know what I mean?
Right,
so
right.
like I got the whole craze of it, but I came in a little bit later, and I was the same with Friends too.
I think it was perfectly cast. This show, along with a lot of other really great shows, and I will say, like, Cheers. I will never watch the first season. I think they
Of
use
any of these shows?
Yeah,
Well, they're
usually
finding their footing.
Yeah, it's the second season
It's
where it's
usually
like
the way.
really they find their footing. You know what I actually watched yesterday? The first season of was because I mentioned Eep Op Orp.
Eep Up or Ka.
Yeah. So I
The
was
Jetsons.
like, Jetsons is on HBO Max, and I turned on I was like, I don't know. It was just I wanted some sort of nostalgic feeling, and I turned it on, and I thought it was great.
Okay.
So that first season is pretty damn good.
All right. Well, people who are fanatical about this and want to run through the whole thing, you'll be able to. It hasn't been available to stream for months, so fans should be happy to see its return. It may even look better. It's got 4K streaming available for the first time on it.
And I wasn't fanatical about Seinfeld, but I will tell you, like when
no Jetsons.
It's no Jetsons.
Yeah.
But when it was in syndication, Steve, if I turned the channel on to whatever that it was, I would stay on it. Like that
Right.
was one of those shows. Where I'm like, okay.
I enjoyed the show. I started to react to people just inundating me with catchphrases from the show.
Yeah.
And I also feel that the wrap up to it was kind of a letdown.
yeah.
Yeah. I guess the last show I really fell that followed the whole way was probably Cheers.
Yeah, Cheers is
as far
great.
as the great sitcoms of that
Yeah.
era. So
Were you ever gonna dive-
Marissa mouthed something. Hang on. What was it?
Well, I was going to say for you, Game of Thrones.
Well, I'm talking about comedy sitcoms.
Okay.
I have
Game of
grown.
Thrones is a sitcom.
It is. There's some funny moments.
You know, I haven't watched it, so I don't know what it's really about.
I have now veered away from the joke every 15 seconds format, which is what a standard half-hour comedy sitcom is. If you sit there and with a stopwatch, and every time there's a laugh, it's about 15 seconds.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's rapid fire, laugh, and I kind of have gotten tired of that format.
I got tired of live studio audiences and laugh tracks. That would always turn me off, which is why I loved Parks and Rec and The Office. And I was going to ask you, Preston, do you think you'll ever dive into The Office?
I tried
you?
two times.
Okay.
And you know what? And I didn't watch Curb either, and those kind of have similar tones to them.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Hey, I'll try again. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I also
I'll try it again.
One I can recommend that I think you might find very funny is Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Yeah.
Oh, I love
that.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Now that is saturated with jokes, but it's done in a great way, a great delivery, and the characters are fully realized and fun.
But now I'm on board with shows like Ted Lasso.
Yep.
You know,
Ted Lasso is I say Ted Lasso is as close to a weekly version of a Frank Capra movie as you're ever going to get. To be able to be made to feel much better about life and about the potential of people to smile, to laugh, to have characters so well drawn that they can have bad days and good days, and you go along with them. That incredible mixture of things is what makes Ted Lasso such an anomaly.
I think it's one of I think it's one of the best television shows I've ever seen, to be honest. So
that makes me so happy
because Casey turned me on to it. He bugged me to watch it, dude. Just watch it. I'm fine. I'll watch it. I'm like, this is outstanding. So if you haven't seen Ted Lasso and you want to feel good and laugh and do all those things, you should definitely.
By the way, just to jump on that for people who are, it is not a wall-to-wall soccer. It's not Major League Soccer.
No, not at all.
It is. It's.
You may think by watching the first episode that, this is the movie Major League, but with soccer. And it is it's not. And you will find that out shortly after watching a few episodes. It took me 3 episodes, and I'm in. And they're only like 40 minutes long.
Yes.
We need to do clips, so let's do that. In the new Hulu mystery series, Only Murders in the Building, 3 individuals share a mutual interest in true crime and gradually get themselves involved in one. In this clip, star Martin Short shares his experience filming with the all-star cast. Here we go.
I mean, again, the actor can control what the working situation is like. That's really all he can control. And from a working standpoint, working with Steve, working with Selena, and, John Hoffman and Dan Fogelman and Sting and Nathan Lane, it was like ideal. It was a very loose set, very filled with joy.
Yeah! Only Murders in the Building is now streaming on Hulu. Sting is in this?
Yeah. I spent the whole weekend just pure happenstance in a Martin Short mode. So there was, I watched Clifford on HBO Max, and then they had a Turner Classic Movies interview with Martin Short about his stuff, and he's just great. He and Steve Martin, and maybe even Martin Short a little bit more, is such a genuinely dynamic comedic mind. Yeah. I mean, amazing level comedic mind.
I saw the trailer for this. I'm like, okay, I'm all in. And then there's another Hulu show called Reservation Dogs that I hear is getting a really...
It's about dogs trying to get a table at a
No. It's about Native American kids.
Shih Tzu party of 4.
Oh, my God.
I think Taika Waititi is the executive producer on that.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I was wrong, right?
Yeah.
I've heard about it, though. It's supposed to be getting very good reviews.
It is.
Yeah.
All right, next clip. Let's see. After 8 years, NBC's hit sitcom Brooklyn Nine-Nine is coming to a close.
Oh. We knew it.
Yeah. Hang on. All right, here's star Andy Samberg reveals the difficulties of shooting the final season during the pandemic. Here we go.
It was hard. I mean, it was hard shooting, because the COVID protocols are so strict, and, there's no writer on set. There's not people throwing around a lot of ideas. It's a lot of masks on and then action, take them off, and then you do it and you put them back on. So, that was hard, but just as it got towards the end, it got really emotionally rough because we all realized it was truly ending.
The newest episode of Brooklyn Nine-Nine airs at 8 o'clock tonight. That's on NBC. And there you go, your entertainment report for this Thursday morning. All right, we have a break to take. Ladies and gentlemen, we have started it. Yes, first blood has been drawn this morning as far as the back-to-school A to Z goes. And we played 2 minutes to midnight from Iron Maiden as our first song. It was so cool that we got to do this. First time we have on the show have kicked off the back to school A to Z. We're going to come back. We're starting in the numbers. So 2 minutes to midnight was our first song. The next song, not quite as energetic and up-tempo as that.
You're going to get what you get.
But I love it. It's a good
I
song.
do too. I love it too. So we'll come back. You'll find out what that is when we return as we begin in the numbers and we do the A to Z. We have some other things taking place this morning. We'll tell you about it when we get back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. Live. Casino and Hotel Philadelphia.
Polled adults who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl, revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. Mm-hmm. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Right. Okay.
All right, so pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah, what do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go,
and then pizza.
Yeah, no, really? I would go pizza less. I would probably, normally, I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip, too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Mm-hmm. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
Wow. There you go.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now, okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of, I count that as chips and dip. I mean, it's not technically
like a
dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah.
This is the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
it's like bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. You know, it's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
really
analogy.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is excellent bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Yeah, very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So.
It's good.
Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. You know, so
Stays darker later?
I mean, stays lighter later.
Longer, yeah.
It stays later darker.
Yes.
Oh my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
dark and dark
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story, Preston.
No,
it's going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd Nelson's playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm going to tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got a laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I
timer.
didn't have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here. Yeah. And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
yeah, I've had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink it.
Don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right?
Yeah.
It's remarkable, though. Like, little things can set your day in the right direction or in the completely wrong direction, and that one set... I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever, but like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. So you've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur.
Okay.
Like, we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like, I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
Jesus.
Yeah, there's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, hold on. That means Darth Vader's my grandfather.
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget, like, actors really know what they're talking about. Like, he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it, and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be.
Yeah, no, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear: the dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, what's up? And just say, just get on the plane. And I'll go, hey, I thought we could do that. And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky? Like,
yeah. Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is a legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, I cannot believe that's going to be Papa. Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple of things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is it the company?
Legendary.
So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
no. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
Full theatrical release.
we want to put it in theaters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly. People never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity once it's done. When people ask about it, you can just say, "Watch the movie," because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't the origin. This isn't that story, though, isn't it?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow up to it, Bert.
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy Kale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, "I want to do a movie with you."
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, "All right, you got to do one movie." He was like, "I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do?" And I said, "Well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine." And he goes, "How would you tell that?" And I go, "I got to be honest with you, Kale. I don't know." I said, "My biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, 'Just tell The Machine,' and it'll be the Russian mafia." And he lit up, and he goes, "Say no more. Say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie." And so
Go ahead.
based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Antencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guy's
and then you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, "Well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie." And I was like, "He's thinking about colors?" And they're like, "Yeah, he's a director, you moron."
He's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos. I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
You gotta be kidding me.
Excellent.
Yeah, what's hilarious is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction, and like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, "Dude, Mark Hamill's your dad?" And then and then I went on the news and my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, "Hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?"
I was like, "There's no way.
There's no way." Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie, and we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, "Tell everyone where you're going." And I go, "I can't." And he goes, "Just say it." And I go, "I can't." And he goes, "Say it." And I go, "I'm going to rehab." And it made us laugh, and we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, "I'm not going to rehab." Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, "This is a new step in your journey."
Oh my God.
Bert, have we
more
spoken?
Believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah.
Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, explain how that all came. How that all happened.
So Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston, and I really fell for it, and it was a funny story, a funny lie, and then I said, "We should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us." And he's like, "Okay." He's like, "Well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet?" And I said, "I want to meet at her house." And he's like, "That's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house." And I was like, "Well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house." And he's like, "Should we bring our wives?" And I'm like, "No." And then I go, "Can she bring someone?" And he goes, "Yeah, probably for safety." And then he caught himself and he goes, "Maybe that's not the message we want to send out." Right?
You're going to need protection.
Stop laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us, and we laughed probably for 10 minutes. Literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night I'm getting ready I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail, and Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, check your DMs. I checked my DMs, and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston.
Wow.
And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Right, yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. Wow.
It was crazy.
So going back to the movie for a second, Bert, Mark Hamill's the only name that's been announced associated with this. Is there? Can we leak a little information here on the Preston and Steve Show? Anybody else that we might know is involved in the project?
I don't know. I don't know how to say their names.
Are you using a lot of local actor?
WMMR.
Thanks, Kathy. Yeah, so obviously flooding a real issue and will continue to be because the levels are rising through the morning, and I think you said around 9 or something like Kathy is when it's going to get worse.
That's the Schuylkill River is going to crest about 9. The Delaware River not until tonight.
Wow.
So that is wild. And you were saying in your report earlier, this is going to be a record breaker. The last time it had hit this height or close to this height was 1800.
Yeah, late 1800s.
1800s.
Yeah,
So
it was 17 it crested. And
17.
They're saying this 17.2.
Wow. I personally didn't. I was lucky I didn't experience any flooded roads on the way in this morning, but did see plenty of mud and dirt on the roads, which indicated, some flooding had come through earlier. By the time I got on the road, none of my particular path was covered. But there is a lot of areas that flood in my general area. I just kind of went around them and got lucky. But you're going to face some problems and some rerouting. Steve took a big swing outside of his normal path this morning to get here.
I was coming down. So I take Lincoln in every morning. Then I hop on City Line and come in that way. So I'm driving along, and of course, a very dark. There were a lot of sort of select little power outages as I was driving along. A block or two would be out, and then the next block would be on. So I'm driving in a dead spot with no lights. I'm like, what is that enormous thing up in front of the car? It was a huge tree, not just. It must have been a wide tree as well, because on the street up, it seemed like it was 15, 16 feet. That was just a ginormous tree. So I'm like, okay, well, this isn't going to work. I double back Preston, and I get on Ridge, and I'm going to take that down, to where the SEPTA station is, and get up on the bridge over the river and get on City Line. I can see that that's flooded. There's a police car down there. And so I say, okay, well, then we're going to move over to Green and just keep trying, one right after another. And it was the same scenario. So after 3 or 4 times and some downed trees, a downed power pole across the street, I said, okay, that's when I called you, and I said, I'm going to swing big here because I know I won't be interrupted if I get on the Schuylkill going west to the Blue Route, and then I actually drove around to Villanova, got off on that exit, and came in around the complete other side. But I was always above river level. So I think anything in and around the river, anything that's low-lying is going to be problematic, especially as you're saying, Kathy, that the morning progresses.
Yeah, and the power outages, though, you mentioned that. When I was coming in this morning, to see the spots where it's just completely pitch black.
Yes.
It was scary because some of the business complex, I came over the Fayette Street Bridge in Conshohocken, and the business complex, the Marriott there, complete dark, and I guess it was their fire alarm or some sort of alarm that was going off, so all you saw was that white strobe light every once in a while in the buildings and nothing else.
You were
without
creepy. Power the whole night, right?
Yeah, we don't have power. I woke up at about 2 a.m. and realized that power was out because I couldn't see the light from my alarm clock, which I have facing the wall, and it does kind of illuminate it a little bit. And I was like, oh, great, power's out. And I checked to see what time it was because on my phone, because I sleep with a sound machine on my phone.
Right.
So I need that to sleep, essentially. I could fall asleep if I had to without it, but I wanted to keep it on. But I had enough juice because it was 2 a.m. and I wake up at 3:50. I'm like, okay, my phone can make it, and I still have an alarm. It's got enough battery in it. But Rochelle had woken up as well, and she told me she was going to set an alarm on her phone, too. And I got up and still no power on. I had to take a shower in the dark, and as of now, we still don't have power. So I don't know how long that's going to be out.
I think you're going to have some areas that are going to be without for quite a while.
Well, that's why a lot of the schools are closed today because of, obviously the flooding. But
ours is Souderton's closed.
Oh,
We got
yeah?
a text,
the power outages.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm looking at some video from 6ABC. They were in Manayunk. And the fact that the river is that high that it's just spilling over its banks and covering cars in the roadway.
Yeah, Nick Murphy's drive-in this morning was definitely affected by it, and so I think like 22nd and Arch is also flooded right now. So Philly itself is getting hit badly. Downingtown apparently got slammed pretty badly as well, and then East Norriton, where your parents are, Kath. I mean, like all of these areas are really, and Manayunk. Manayunk seems to always get it the worst.
Is this a live footage of Manayunk that we're looking at right now? That looks like Manayunk.
Yeah, that's Manayunk.
Oh, that's across from Nick Elmy's place.
Yeah,
exactly
what's
right.
on the other side?
So we're looking at flooded streets. I don't think that was Maine, but it's headed up that way.
That is so that's Main right there, Preston. So that's Main Street. If you go past at the top of this, there's a condo complex. Just past that is the CVS, and you start to go into the town itself. But that is a nightmare,
dude. Manayunk was flooding like the day I moved to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
There was flooding. It was in the winter and snow had melted and it caused massive flooding in Manning, and then it froze.
And it froze. There was a sales guy at DRE, you remember, Preston, at that time.
Car.
And it basically ruined his car.
Yeah, it flooded and then froze in his car.
Yeah, it happened to my wife's roommate's car. The same exact thing.
Manayunk,
It might have been the same story you guys are talking about, but yep.
Can't they fix that?
Preston,
Do something about this.
That was supposed, Kathy, there was supposed to be this runoff thing that was supposed to help divert some of this flooding water issue that they have in Manayunk.
Wow.
But there was so much rain expected yesterday that systems, I think, were easily overwhelmed. Yeah.
Also, a little further out, closer to Lancaster, it's like past Kennett Square, but Oxford, I think they got hit. Yeah. I think that'll probably be determined that it was a tornado.
Yeah, because if you saw Route 1 in Oxford, Kath, like all those trees were knocked down.
Did you see that? That was
onto
nuts.
the highway.
It looked like something, it looked like a tornado came by and just knocked every large tree over onto the highway.
Wow.
So it was, not passable.
And so Mullica Hill also got slammed really bad, and so it looked like that tornado damage was really serious. And so the footage that I saw this morning was, it looked like Tornado Alley in the middle of the country. These houses were reduced to splinters.
And Nick, that footage that we were seeing, and a number of listeners were sending us videos. And Preston, you've seen an actual tornado. I have, like what I would consider in Texas. You see tornadoes.
Right.
What I saw in the footage yesterday was a classic, real
funnel.
A couple of really powerful tornadoes. Now we don't know. They were guesstimating like category 2 or on the Fujita scale, or however they measured. But they were still formidable enough to cause some serious damage.
Now, I don't know exactly what this means for residents, but that Pickering Creek Dam that they're saying won't hold. That's kind of scary.
Yeah, Nick, where is that?
So if you're on 23, if you leave Valley Forge area and you're headed into Phoenixville, and you're on Route 23, before you get to Phoenixville, there's that dam on the left-hand side.
I know where that is.
If you're heading west on 23, and it's always a little bit of a precarious dam or whatever. But if that were to break or that the water were to come over that dam, 23 is below it there. So
they're way below it.
Yeah, and so there's a man-made lake beyond that, and there are houses along that lake. So those houses are all going to be, it's going to be precarious for them today as well. So that whole stretch is going to be, it's dangerous.
Yeah, I believe a tornado hit Upper Dublin Police Station, Preston. That is, I have a picture here. That is my buddy's a detective there.
Can I see a case?
Yeah. So they.
Wow. Okay. So
we got here's a text says the Upper Dublin High School indoor pool roof got ripped off during the storm.
And they just redid that. Apparently, it's fairly new. And it was a whole nice, indoor pool, had the glass roof, and the roof got ripped off.
With all this stuff going on, if there are no reports of people dying or getting hurt,
there are now.
Are there? Oh my God.
Upper Dublin. Excuse me.
No
apparently
kidding.
there was one last night. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
To be honest, what I was seeing and the frequency, is jumping across the different TV news channels, and Cecily had on 6ABC, there was a point where tornadoes or potential tornadoes were popping up so quickly that they had an alert.
It was going live
off.
while they were on, right?
And then in my house, because I have all the Alexas, will send me a notification or beep if there is an imminent storm problem. They started going off. Right. My wife and I are like, what the hell is this?
And I went to a movie. I drove to King of Prussia from Delco for a movie. My wife is like, you're so dumb. This is unnecessary. I was like, I've been waiting for Shang-Chi forever.
And was she right, Case?
Well, no, she was not right.
Oh, she wasn't?
Except for the 3 hours it took me to get home, which not necessarily was not weather-related. It was somebody got in a car accident related. No, I just, I don't know what caused the car accident.
He's sticking with that.
Yeah. The Schuylkill was shut down last night. And
because of an accident,
it was closed because of flooding.
There was an accident. There was an accident on the on-ramp.
Okay, I'm not saying there wasn't an accident, but it was closed because of flooding last night.
Yes.
Hang on, I'm going to go to Don on the phones. Hi, Don. Good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, man. What's going on?
I am sitting on the bridge crossing the Schuylkill and Concy right now.
Okay.
The water, Kathy may have a better reference than you guys. The freight line that's on the west side of the Schuylkill, on right near the Hilton.
Yeah.
I believe it's the Hilton. That's flooded all the way over to the other side beyond the Concy train station.
Yeah, where the businesses start, past the businesses and to the train station. I tried to look on my way in this morning over the bridge. It was very dark, so I couldn't see much, but I thought I saw a water line, and I'm like, that can't be right. Like, it was...
No, you were right, Kathy. That submerged.
So wait a second. If it's up that high, then we were seeing one side of the Schuylkill, the Manayunk side. On the other side, though, you were saying Nick Elmy's restaurant. Yeah. What's the status of that?
Yeah. Oh, that's got to be under.
And the lower floors of the Marriott that are there now.
Well, if you recall, when you get to that landing just over the banks of the river, you have to walk up steps in order to get into Elmy's restaurant. So his restaurant might be raised enough.
I hope so.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
By the way, and we mentioned this earlier, Kathy's mom and dad's house.
Oh, my God.
Which is in East Norton. She sent us a video last night before it even got real bad as far as the heavy stuff goes. They already had essentially a river in their backyard. Kathy said, you said their yard is really big. There's a creek at the base of the back of the yard.
I mean, and the creek, by the way, on a normal day, maybe goes up to your ankles.
Okay, that's it.
That's it.
Wow.
And that's that creek?
That's
They had an above-ground pool, and I use the word had. It's gone.
Gone. It My mom just texted. She goes, the pool floated away.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it looked like a raging river in the backyard. All the fences. If anybody in the neighborhood had a fence, it's gone. It was torn down. That's how high the water came up.
Any guesstimate as to how deep the water? Because it did look like your parents were living on a heavy river. Any ideas how deep that water would have been back there?
I don't know how deep, but what I'll tell you is my parents' house and their basement. They're on a hill. They're on a pretty high hill. So their actual house was okay. Their basement, I don't think they even feared that the water would get into it, but the water came all the way up to the house. So the fact that they're on that big hill and the water was able to get all the way up there was pretty amazing.
I got a text. I can't verify this, but it says I work overnights at a Montgomery County ER. There were multiple deaths across the county due to the weather that will be confirmed over the next few days.
I also think,
I don't know. We'll have to.
Preston, if it's not directly storm related, the difficulty in getting to someone who's having an issue, perhaps a heart attack or something, is complicated.
Let me go to Chris. Hi, Chris. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, I'm calling for those Hershey Park tickets.
Oh, my God. Dude. That's great. That's great. That's great. Everyone wants those Hershey Park tickets.
We'll get your info after this call. What's up, man?
Hey, so I just started working for this company, kitchen and bath remodeling. I've been a carpenter for a while. I'm driving a F-350 10-foot box truck, and I was on my way home last night, and a tree came down through the box truck.
Whoa! Oh my God!
As I was driving.
So you were moving, and this tree came down. Wow! And I'm surprised you were able to keep it under control.
It sounds far worse than what actually happened, but you know, the limb came through the box truck, kind of basically bounced off the box truck, and I was able to move right through it. But
let me tell you something. People have no idea. So even a limb on a tree that you say, oh, that's a smaller limb, you have no idea how heavy those things are. And as Preston said, we're surprised that you that you're able to keep moving because
the tree uprooted and everything. I have pictures. I'll send them over to Nick. I Insta with Nick a lot. So.
We Insta, yeah.
He slides into your DM.
You guys should collab.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're all right, Chris. Congratulations. You're going to Hershey Park.
I'm taking them.
Thanks for the call, man. All right, we'll see you. Let me go to Jermaine. Jermaine, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, man. What's up?
So I'm still a little shaken from yesterday.
Okay.
I live in Mullica Hill, which, if your listeners don't know, that's pretty much Deptford. I feel like people might know the Deptford area.
Okay.
Yeah.
And our neighborhood got hit really hard. My neighbors' houses are gone.
They're gone?
They're gone.
Wow.
Our house is lucky enough. Our roof is just in. I've been driving around all day. I'm sitting in a McDonald's parking lot because I just need to get out of the neighborhood.
Oh my goodness,
Jermaine, that sounds horrible. When you say gone, are you're saying completely obliterated?
I'm saying that there's no house. There's
Wow. Because I kept seeing Mullica Hill jump up on the news, and it actually had a couple of tornadoes throughout the evening.
Did you see them? Or are they okay? Your neighbors?
Yeah. As far as I know, there isn't. I think there's a few injuries. I know there's ambulances coming in and out of the neighborhood yesterday, but I don't think anybody perished. Thank God.
Hey, around what time of day was the brunt of that coming through? Like when the destruction started happening. I don't even know what time that happened. Was it overnight?
No, that was about like 6 o'clock. It started getting really hard. 7 o'clock.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
So it makes me so mad that the conversation of global warming just it denied because 5 years we've been getting tornadoes. When did that start? I've been here since the 80s. We didn't get tornadoes like this. There needs to be a real conversation about what's going on the planet right now. You know. But not to get too serious.
Hey, Jermaine, are you going to? Is there damage to your home?
Oh yeah, there's. I don't even care about the damage to my home compared to what my neighbors have to go through. I can repair a roof. Right. They got to repair an entire house.
Right. All right.
It's devastating.
Well, hang in there. One thing that's good about this area is people like to chip in and help out, and I'm sure it's going to be a tough road, but everybody's going to come together and help out. But thanks for your call, Jermaine. We appreciate it.
Yeah, you can hear his. You can hear it in his voice. I didn't realize the homes were that devastated. I know that they were getting a ton of activity there, but obviously we're familiar with the area because Creamy Acres, the Halloween farm that we go to every year is there.
We're looking at video footage, and sure enough, it's flat out debris. Yeah. And to quote over and over the texts that are coming in, those tornadoes were real.
Yes, yeah.
And they did some serious damage. Let me go to Krista, who works in Mullica Hill. Hi, Krista. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Krista, what do you want to chime in about?
Yes, I actually just drove out of the area in which Jermaine lives in. I work for Inspira Medical, and the 320. I work right off of 322. Our offices, the roads are shut down. The neighborhood that which he was talking about, I actually was stuck in front of because of police blockage, and it's devastating. I saw two houses that were completely put down to the bottom, which shook me up a little bit. Yeah. There's two houses directly next to it that were perfectly fine, and so it looks like the tornado just came right through. And my heart goes out to those families. That I couldn't even imagine being the family in the home that was not touched, and then the home right directly next to it. I did talk to two of my physicians this morning that said their homes were in that development, and they were on the street directly next to the street that got hit, and their homes are perfectly fine.
Yeah,
it's the random nature.
That's how focused that intensity is in those storms. It's crazy to think that that's how it is. I mean, that it's so pinpointed like that, and it just goes in the direction that it goes in. And if you're lucky, you don't get hit, and if you're unfortunate, it's nature. It sucks.
I live a half an hour away in Millville, and our house was fine, but driving into work this morning, I was shaken up because it's really, these families are without homes and businesses.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Krista. We appreciate it. It is hard for me, even though all my life I've seen the destruction of tornadoes, to wrap my mind around. Your house seems about like the most solid thing it could possibly be. I mean, this is, it's construction, and it's the fact that wind can be that powerful to just destroy it like that is hard to visualize.
You're exactly right.
Conceptualize.
There was a Nat Geo special on how a tornado achieves its destructive nature, and the best I can do without, sounding like a complete idiot, just in layman's terms, to repeat what they said, is that at that point, Preston, at that focused point, because of the pressure and because of the velocity of the wind and everything, just think of a jackhammer going directly down, and that's what it does. And it just, that's how. And that when you talk about that focused nature, now sometimes you'll know there'll be tornadoes that are very wide, that'll cut a huge path of destruction. The ones yesterday they seem to be pretty big. If you look at the base of them, and that's what you're judging by, and we're watching some clips that people had taken from their phones. Not only were they big, they were booking along. You could see them going across.
Yeah, the video footage of how fast those things were moving was pretty wild. I've seen close-up video of tornadoes, small tornadoes that coming through like a forested area. And you'll just see this path of trees just being ripped out or just flopped around, and the ones surrounding it aren't hardly affected at all. It's just strange how that phenomenon works, man. Let me go to, hang on a second. And then you have the flooding that's taking place too. So I'm going to go to Dan. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Morning, how you doing?
Good. What's up, Dan?
Good. It's Dan from Planet Fitness.
Hey, Dan from Planet Fitness. How are you, buddy?
Outstanding.
How you doing, brother? Our entire transfer station is completely underwater. It's right on the Schuylkill River, right in Conshohocken. I just went over to Fayette Street Bridge, and every can, everything we have, and all the businesses down there is gone. Down the river.
So, wow. So we were getting a beat on what was on the Manayunk Main Street side of the river, and in general on the other side. Casey, you were pointing out that it's a little bit more of a rise to get up to the shoreline.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, real quick, Dan's last name is Cable, and he used to work for a cable company.
Oh, really?
So you know.
Yeah,
knowledge.
That's how we know.
Dan, my original name was Steve Dunkin' Donuts because that was my first job.
All right, hang in there,
Happy
Dan.
birthday, Dan.
So obviously there's going to be cleanup. There's power outages. There's a lot of stuff that's going to be taking place in the next few days to try and fix all
step
this.
2, as we hit our crest, and we're
the water's still rising.
9 o'clock because the footage we were looking at of Manayunk that was fairly live. When I tried to cross this morning, it did not look like that because I made a right down Main Street and I could get pretty far before I had to turn back. And that whole area now is covered.
Maris?
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to all the tow truck drivers. When I was trying to make my way out of the city, which was very flooded in my area, I'm near the Schuylkill riverbanks, they were just lined up on the streets, I guess waiting for the water to go down because they're going to have to tow all of the cars. I was comparing it to like Sea Isle type flooding. Like the whole roadway, everything near the Schuylkill River is just flooded out.
I know you've had your car kick out in a flood situation.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
It's a nightmare.
It was right down here at Belmont, and it was really heavy rain, came quickly, and I guess the drains had clogged up, and I'm pulling down. I get off the expressway onto Belmont, make a right, and I'm pulling through, and it's water. It's a big puddle. I'm like, okay, I'll just go through this, and apparently I went down to where my exhaust was covered up, and my car stalled. I called you.
Yeah, I remember.
I'm like, Steve, I don't know what to do. I'm not getting out of the car because I'm not going to be a freaking victim that, gets washed away here.
And you call me back like 10 minutes later.
Even less.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there. I don't know what to do. And I open up the door again, and all of a sudden the water had drained away.
Like someone pulled a cork out,
Yeah,
right?
it was really strange. Yeah. And then I was able to start it back up again, and I got going. But that was the most paranoid I've ever been.
Oh, man.
Around running water like that.
I drove into a wall of water. I was a senior in high school, and this was like Calkin Hook Road or near Calkin Hook Road by the airport. And I felt like I had basically ran into a wall. My car stopped and then sputtered. This is before cell phones. This is before anything. And luckily,
you had your landline with you.
No, I knocked up on somebody's house.
Oh,
and
really?
I said, dude, can I borrow your phone? And they let me. Yeah.
Wow. Good for you, because a lot of times that happens in a place where you can't get to any, phone. Obviously, the cell phones now make it so much easier.
Well, keep that in mind that the Schuylkill, another hour or so, is supposed to hit crest level. And then the Delaware is going to happen later on tonight. And who knows what all the tributaries and the creeks and other rivers in our area, what they're going to be doing. So if you're in that area, then you probably already know. But be safe as you're. They're still telling some people to shelter in place, like don't leave your house.
Manioc.
Yeah, because there's no point, and you may get yourself into into a dangerous situation. If you do.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We're going to have Godfrey, the comedian, on the show. He's going to be at Punchline this weekend. Dave Coulier will be joining us as well, and the A to Z continues. Bizarre File stories are coming up next. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Those are actors from Europe that we might not be familiar with.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're using a lot of them. The guy playing Igor is awesome. I mean, if I send you his video, I'll send you his video.
Yeah.
If I can get it today, I'll send it to you, and you will fall in love with this dude the second he says the machine. That's my favorite casting probably that I've seen. Actually, everyone's great. The girl. I don't know who I can say, but by the way, I can't even say any of their names. So.
Yeah. No, it's so cool.
I would love to see like Boban. How do you say his last name? Basketball player, 7'5".
He's in Bobby. He's in John Wick 3, Parabellum. Yeah.
That guy would be great. I don't know. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to ask you. So you do Two Bears in One Cave. You're also doing this podcast with Bill Burr. We're actually going to have Bill Burr on the show tomorrow. So why do you giggle like that?
I bet that guy makes me giggle. Has he ever told you? Has he ever told you about the time he was at the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Should we ask him about it?
Or is he going to get mad?
No. He was like, I'm such a moron, Bert. He goes, I'm at the Sistine Chapel with my wife. We're looking up, and I'm thinking, this is great. You know what? If someone was smart, they'd open a bar right outside here and call it the 17th Chapel.
17th? The 16th Chapel.
That's fantastic. We giggled so hard. We did a podcast with Stanhope.
That's great.
And all we did was talk about day drinking, best day drinking scenarios. And Bill hasn't drank in like 2 years. Yeah. And I swear to God, all of us almost fell off the wagon.
By the way, here's a connection. You're going to be related to Mark Hamill in The Machine, and Bill Burr's on The Mandalorian. You're all now living in the Star Wars universe to some extent. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, what's interesting is I got an offer to be on The Mandalorian like 2 months ago. They hit me up. They sent me with this role, and they're like, "Hey, you interested?" And I was just like, "I'll pass." What? And my daughter lost it. They're like, "Why? What are you doing?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really." Not really like I don't watch The Mandalorian. Like I tried to watch it, I couldn't get into it.
Right.
And my daughters lost it. They lost it.
It's a great show. It's so freaking good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then when we got Mark Hamill to play my dad, I went. I think I'm still a Jedi, guys. Like it runs in the family.
Bill's whole thing is he's always made fun of the Star Wars universe. He's always, and here he is, and he jokes, he talks about, you're friends with him, and here he is, square in the middle, and now he's having to sort of sheepishly say, okay, I kind of get it now,
Wait, that's a great one. Ask him to tell you about all the stuff going on in season 1. say, hey, Bill, the seasons you did, tell us about the story.
Oh, he has no idea.
He hasn't watched any of them.
All right, yeah, we'll get him on that.
Bert, it was years ago. We had done this live broadcast. Basically, it was from like a trash company, right? So it's a place. They won an opportunity. They did a charity drive, and they won an opportunity for us to broadcast live. And Bill Burr came out, and we actually flew him out to this live broadcast in a helicopter. I don't know if he's going to remember that, but it was so funny because that was like the first taste of the real Bill Burr that I got, because we wanted to play this game called Crack Shot, right? And Crack Shot is listeners call up, give us trivia questions. If we get it wrong, we get shot with a BB gun. And so we wanted him to be the shooter. And he's like, no, I'm not doing it. No, I don't want to do it. He's like, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this. I think we just offended Bill Burr. Like, this is like shooting people with a BB gun is beneath him. He's like, nah, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, we weren't shooting him.
No, he was going to shoot us. Yeah.
But still, he didn't like it, so that was fine. Yeah, it apparently didn't hurt his career, so he's doing fine. Yeah. So how long will the shoot be taking place for the machine, Bert?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, wow.
Is your family coming out at all?
My wife is. Yeah. She comes out in like 2 weeks, and then I wanted the girls to come out, but everything's still kind of weird with COVID.
Yeah.
I wanted to go through Europe with them. I was like, we're never gonna get this opportunity again.
Did she get the Gulfstream 550 treatment too, or will she be flying? You're laughing.
Lufthansa.
Lufthansa.
Yeah, there you go, Coach.
Take the Lufa, honey.
Should be flying standby. If you think about this, Bert, listen, this has been a traumatic, horrible year for the planet as far as, all the stuff that's been going on. But you have been on a career high.
Yeah.
You have been on fire. It started with your Netflix special, the Go Big show, the Cabin show. Every time you turn around, you got something out. Now you're in production on the machine. Have you had time to pause and process how things are going? In light of all that's not going right, you are the one shining beacon.
I had a great 2020. I don't know what everyone was
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Harvard Medical School actually called you to give a talk on how to properly set a bone in somebody's arm based on what you did for Tom Segura.
Yeah, Tom blew out his knee and broke his arm. I had a great game that day. I don't know what he's talking about.
Casey references all the time and just starts cracking up at you going over.
Just because you didn't like the way his arm looked, you're like, you shouldn't do your arm shouldn't be like that. Let me do that. And then you gave him a little tap, on the. Hey, good job, buddy. Dude, it makes. Sometimes I just think about it and I laugh. That was so funny.
Yeah, I did a tour. I did 4 tours. I did the vet. I had a fun 2020, man. Everyone's complaining about it.
It seems like Bert. It seems like 10 years ago that we were in the parking lot and you were doing the show. And but here we are. Yeah, but at least the general consensus and feeling is that we're moving out of this, which is good.
The last thing that we did as a show collectively with listeners involved Bert at the Cardboard Classic.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a little more than a year ago at this point, but Bert was there for that, and then. The crap at the fan, man.
Yeah.
Everything stopped.
And then the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. That's your team.
This has been a really great year, man. Things are looking up and up.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, man, it's exciting news, and this whole thing with Mark Hamill it's just the coolest. So
it's unbelievable.
We'll hope that filming goes well and everything runs its course, and hopefully we'll be talking to you soon, man. But we appreciate you checking in all the way from Serbia this morning.
Well, thank you, guys. I love you guys. I really do. Thank
Likewise.
You
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right.
Talk
We love you.
later.
Bert Kreischer, guys. Thanks, man. Take care, bud.
That's awesome.
All right. So,
Jesus.
wow. He's
so cool.
He's living the life, dude.
Now,
He's living the life. And I hadn't thought about that until you pointed that out, Steve.
Yeah.
That the world has gone to hell and Bert Kreischer's is just on top of everything.
The pinnacle of his career.
Good for him. Hard to take an instrument
that's been around for so long
and give it a new sound, and that's what I think our next guest has done. And he comes loaded with accolades and is well vetted,
just a bit,
in the world of jazz music. And I know that us being a rock station may not be familiar with him, which is why we want to have him on this morning. Turning on to something, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Antonio Sanchez.
Yeah.
is here this morning. How are you, man?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Nice to meet you. My pleasure. It's wild. I'm nervous talking to you because we have two drum kits set up in here. And by the way, it's their idea that you and I play together, and we've done it a few times. We've had some pretty big names in the world of drums here. I've played against or with Mike Portnoy.
I like that.
Mike Portnoy, Questlove have done it, and but I'm
not
more intimidated in sitting down playing with you than either of those guys.
No, don't worry. I'll go really easy.
No, don't worry about it. I don't want to have a battle. I just
It's
want to
not
have
a drum
jam
off.
with you.
It's a jam.
You, like me, I remember it was actually the look of drums themselves that first got my interest. I was like, what is that stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it
it's
just
gorgeous.
seemed, it seemed so cool to me. Now it's a royal pain in the ass because you got to lug that crap around and put it together. As Antonio was getting set up, I'm like, one of the burdens of being a drummer is having to set up the drum kit. You have people that do that for you now, I would imagine.
On occasion.
On occasion. But yeah, so you learned from the world of rock. So you came up with that music, and then at some point, jazz had to have caught your ear.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, basically, I was into Copeland, Neil Peart, John Bonham.
We've talked about this, Preston, that there's this impenetrable jazz wall that people, they have a perception about it. And I love fusion jazz. I love Pat Metheny. I love, and I love John Coltrane. And I love, all the different... To talk about that improvisational thing, and people say, oh, it's too complex, I don't understand it. But I think in many ways it taps into that the artist expressing themselves in a way that I think it can connect with you in a way that's maybe more profound than a lot of people think. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there seems to be this, a lot of people perceive it as, it's not my thing. But I think on a visceral level, you might find that it's a little bit more intense.
Well, the thing is, I hate when jazz is too brainy.
Yeah.
And when there's no really a story telling, when jazz doesn't really tells a story, it becomes really boring, and it just becomes about people just kind of showing off.
When you listen to fusion jazz and really intense, super duper fast swing and bebop and stuff like that the average ear, some of it, like, we don't know where you are. I don't know time-wise where you guys are, but you guys all do, and I find that fascinating. When I get lost in a song, and by that meaning I don't know where 1, 2, 3, 4 is, and all of a sudden you guys come back together and bang, you're right on top of it. It fascinates me as a percussionist. I'm like, how the hell did they do that?
It's so cool. I think anyone can appreciate that.
But you can see how daunting that is to people who don't understand what you guys are doing, because it can sound like noise.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But that's one of my main missions. And, Steve, you mentioned Pat Metheny. I've been playing with him for 18 years. So, one of the things I learned from him is to try to make things accessible. You don't have to be complicated for the sake of being complicated. And it's a lot about lyricism, about melody, and, about communicating something to the audience. If you're overly complicated just for the fact, just for the sake of complication, then you lose me as well.
A couple of drummer questions for you, going back to Stuart Copeland for a moment. One of the things Antonio does that caught my eye and ear is that he uses all of the voices of the drum kit that are available, and ones that you may not have heard before. And I'm talking about hitting the rims, hitting the shells, playing with your fingers, hands, and so on and so forth, and incorporating all that stuff. And going back to Stuart Copeland, is your affinity for rim knocks, does some of that come back from listening to Stuart growing up?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. He was the man for that. And then when I started playing Latin jazz, there's tons of that.
Okay. How about using, because the first thing that I found really, really interesting about, I just pulled up and it just said on YouTube, Antonio Sanchez drum solo. And I watched you, and you're playing along without setting the sticks down. You're also holding on the sticks and playing with your fingers on the snare drum and here and there. And it sounds like more than one drummer is playing at the same time, which I found really interesting. Is that a technique you just kind of stumbled across and decided to expand on, or did you get some influence from that?
Well, I studied quite a bit of percussion when I was at Berkeley as well, like congas and bongos and stuff like that, instruments that you play with your hands. And I just started incorporating it little by little as I was holding the sticks. And a lot of things as well I stumbled upon.
So this week or last week, even when I knew you were coming in, I'm like, well, I better practice. 'Cause I'm going to play with Antonio Sanchez. And I sat down to play a couple times, and I was just like, this is a waste of time. I'm just going to wait till he comes in here, and I will just do what I can.
He was in here early, by the way, before the show, banging away and trying to get up to speed. But, but it is what it is. It's all good.
But when someone is when you were really into it, how much were you practicing a day? It had to have been a lot.
I was never the kind of guy that would practice like 7 hours, 8 hours a day. I saw a lot of those people at Berkeley, and I was like, oh, man, I should practice more. And then I realized that I was playing way better than a lot of those guys because I thought, I was practicing in a smarter way.
Okay.
I was working on my weaknesses way more than my strengths.
Right.
And I would do like 3 hours a day, 4 hours a day.
What would you say to people who, because I tried really, really hard. I hunkered down, I practiced, I worked on it for hours at a time. But there is a thing as natural ability versus effort. Yeah. And you can work as hard as you can, but sometimes, listen, otherwise everybody would be hitting a home run every single time out of the park if they could do it.
Right.
There's some people that have more of an ability. If you find yourself plateauing technique-wise, ability-wise, and it frustrates you, is there anything that you would give as advice to people as to, don't give up?
To me, the most important thing, I always say that technique without concept is like giving a machine gun to a kid. Okay. It's a very powerful weapon that if you don't know how to use it, you're just going to injure other people around you, with your lack of musicality.
Yeah.
So to me, it's always go back to the music. What is musical? Sometimes you hear this term, oh, he's such a musical drummer.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That he plays with taste. You never say, oh, he's such a musical piano player.
Right.
Because it's understood that musicians play music, and a lot of times drummers are not musicians. There's just drummers that bang away at the instrument.
You and I are going to play together.
Okay.
Here's what I'd like to do: we jam a little bit,
all right,
and then I want you to show me something stupid, or something awesome, because we got to get a taste of.
All right, so sounds good.
Sashay on over there. Preston's ambling on over, and Antonio's getting in place, and we have two drum kits here side by side.
Hey. I am so nervous. I'm shaking a little bit.
Antonio, do you know how to play Wipeout? Can you play Wipeout?
Stop it.
I never did, but we can.
Why don't you want to trade 8? I'll start a beat and we can trade 8 on a little soloing or something like that.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, who's going to start first so we know?
Well, we'll start together.
All right. Oh, you start. Oh, okay.
Well, you know what? Here's the deal. I'll play a rhythm, and Antonio will sync up with me because he may start playing something I can't play.
Yeah.
So let me start.
That's probably inevitable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So and then at some point I'll do like a little 8-beat riff, and then he'll do it, and we'll figure it out, right?
Yeah.
All right.
You'll figure it out.
All right. I don't know what to do.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Dermatology Associates of Plymouth Meeting, recruiting for alopecia areata clinical trial. Men and women 18 to 65 current episodes of scalp hair loss lasting 6 months can sign up at PlymouthMeetingDermatology.com. Well, a man was hospitalized in China after he attempted to relieve his constipation. It's always a great way to start these stories. By encouraging a 20-centimeter long eel to wiggle into his rectum.
Oh, my God.
It didn't go well.
How did he encourage? Did he put a cookie in there, or what did he do?
The eel reportedly forced its way deeper into his body
I don't want to do this.
and
I
into
do not
his
want to do this.
abdomen. Can you imagine feeling a living creature that size working its way through your entire intestinal tract to your stomach?
So he thought the eel could dislodge the impacted or compacted feces?
So apparently it is a folk remedy.
Yeah.
That is tried more often than you think. This guy was
Like
apparently
jug bands.
too shy to see the doctor at first, but the pain convinced him that he was likely in real trouble, so a surgeon had to remove the eel and saved the man's life.
Hey, why don't you put an eel in your butt?
By the way, a 50-year-old man in South China did the same thing with a 40-centimeter long eel in June of last year.
Oh, I wasn't constipated. I was just lonely.
And then also in June of last year, an African carp was found in the stomach of a young man in Guangdong who claimed that the fish slid into his rectum while he accidentally sat on it. You know, he's sitting on carp.
Yeah.
Right, here is a story out of Aspinwall, Pennsylvania. Police are investigating after a taxidermy rhinoceros head was found on the sidewalk. Cameron Taylor was walking his dog and he stumbled upon the taxidermied rhinoceros head.
I can't stand when people leave those at the side of the road.
Officers were flagged down Saturday night regarding the rhinoceros head. Police took custody of the head, which they say appears to be authentic.
Wow.
Police say they're in the process of contacting the Pennsylvania Department of Conservation and Natural Resources to find out what the legalities of possessing such an item are.
I assume it's illegal.
So far, nobody has come forward to claim the head, and police are unsure of whom it belongs. An 80-pound cougar was removed from a Bronx apartment where she was being kept illegally as a pet. The owner of the 11
I'm going out for some cigarettes.
The owner of the 11-month-old female cougar surrendered the animal on Thursday.
I'm watching Bridgerton.
Apparently, this cougar is relatively lucky that her owners recognized a wildcat is not fit to live in an apartment or any domestic environment.
What took them so long?
The cougar, nicknamed Sasha, spent the weekend at the Bronx Zoo receiving veterinary care and is now headed to the Turpentine Creek Wildlife Refuge in Arkansas.
I mean, okay, so when I saw this, I was thinking, like, how did they litter train this thing?
Yeah, they put it in the room with the bear.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I mean, right, yeah, I mean,
they're not taking it for a walk.
Right. The Humane Society coordinated with zoo officials, the State Department of Environmental Conservation, and the NYPD on the big cat's removal.
It says here, Preston, they were using City Kitty.
Oh, right.
Yeah, the cat would get up on the toilet.
Advocates have called for the passing of the Big Cat Public Safety Act, which would strengthen existing laws to prohibit the breeding and possession of big cat species such as lions, tigers, cheetah, and jaguars. A video shows what appears to be, now we had flooding in our area, never know what we might see, but a video shows what appears to be a dolphin swimming in a body of water in Slidell, Louisiana, in a neighborhood after Hurricane Ida moved across that area. So it's like swimming up the street.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Amanda Kuling said that while assessing the damage around her neighborhood.
Where are you from?
She...
The Latin Quarter.
She came across a dolphin in a small body of water. Louisiana residents are now faced with the recovery efforts after the hurricane had devastated the southeast Louisiana coast, as are we now.
Yeah.
So recovery efforts are underway, but keep your eye out for dolphin in our area.
Down there, you'd rather see a dolphin than the alligators.
Yeah, definitely. A West Central Minnesota officer found himself in a very nutty situation on Monday. An officer says A squirrel jumped out from under his squad car computer, hopped on the dashboard, and gave him a quick stare down. The rodent then,
What you looking at, bitch?
The rodent then ran across the driver's side window before vanishing behind the officer. So he pulled over to investigate, and instead of finding the squirrel, he found dozens upon dozens of tree nuts that the animal had been storing in the squad car's back hatch in preparation for a long Minnesota winter. I mean, like, his trunk is filled with nuts.
That's amazing.
But honestly, think of the amount of work involved with that.
The sheriff's
They
office
should have just given the car to the squirrel.
The sheriff's office wrote, "These nuts have now been placed in evidence. If anyone sees a squirrel looking for its food, we are looking for said squirrel for questioning in relation to this incident."
Kathy, squirrels are cute, right?
Not really.
Okay.
Really? Wow, man.
Yeah, not so much.
They're cute, but they're rodenty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's so many of them.
All right.
Yeah, if you were to kill a few
Like, if
more,
you-
she might like them.
If you're a commodity, maybe.
So
She likes-
rarity
yeah.
or endangered species equals cute.
Cuter.
Yeah.
There's so many of them. They're so
Right.
stupid.
I got you. Plentiful equals stupid.
So stupid.
You know why I hate squirrels?
Why?
Because my grandmother made me terrified. My mom's mom, of course, made me terrified of squirrels. She said that one time, and who knows if this is a
They're
true
rabid?
story. No, that one time she was walking under a tree and one jumped out of a tree onto her head and was attacking her. So from that story on, when I was a kid, wasn't a fan of squirrels.
What was the purpose of this mental torture
Things they did to you.
Oh my
Yeah.
God!
Have affected you to this day.
It is.
You know,
why I am
Sybil
who I am.
would go, "Oh my God!"
You
That's
know,
too much.
There's a saying that
That's
goes.
no way to treat a child.
There's a saying that goes, "We ruin our children by being ourselves." There's something like that.
Okay.
Yep.
And then I went to Westchester, and those damn squirrels are like
Campus-
They think,
yeah.
Well, they're
they
college squirrels.
Yeah, they think they're your friend, and
Yeah.
they would come right up to me. I would be running through campus away from the squirrels.
Yeah.
I was like, why do they come so close to you?
Because they're
feed 'em.
Yeah, people feed them, and,
Not
there's
this
a
people.
lot of people around, and they're all walking, and generally they don't bother the squirrels, so they get to.
Imagine, Casey, imagine orientation day when the students are showing up and they see Kathy running across.
My friend, our freshman year, she caught a baby squirrel, and Kathy, she had a baby squirrel
why?
in her dorm room, and her roommate's like, "Get the squirrel out of our room!"
Nick, they would if they see Kathy running across the quad. Nah, she's just a local idiot.
Who's Lou?
She was running.
Who's Lou is desperately trying to get me to like birds, and so he keeps sending me pictures of really pretty birds.
Here's my bird.
Oh, Kathy.
It's a futile effort. Lou.
Kathy.
Give up.
I think I found a bird that you might like.
Okay.
It's called like a bumblebee bird or a bee bird. It's the smallest bird known to man. I believe it lives in maybe like Peru or somewhere in South America. It is the
By the way,
size.
Bizarre File's over.
Okay.
How rare is it?
It's very rare, and it's tiny. Look at the size. We have a picture of it in our studio. Look at the
little.
size of that thing.
It's like the size of. It's less than the size of your thumb.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
I don't know. I'd think it was an insect and probably kill it.
Step on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it was
Anyhow.
like red or yellow or something pretty.
They have different colors.
That is the Bizarre File. We're going to take a break. When we
bizarre,
come
all
back,
right.
we continue the Back to School A to Z. Godfrey is on the show. Dave Coulier will be joining us as well. So stay with us. We're going to be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The Preston and Steve.
All right,
That's
so
awesome.
I'm sorry, I have to say, man, come on, what are you talking about? You sound great.
See?
Yeah.
So Chuck was standing back here, and he goes, he points at Preston, he goes, he's a rock drummer, and then he points at you, Antonio, he goes, he's a jazz drummer. He said there was a difference, and so I can't tell. I'm not a drummer. I can't tell the between the.
Yeah, to begin with, the sound of the drums is very different. Yours are tuned like a rock kid.
Yep.
But man, your time is really good.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
That's, you see?
I appreciate
Beat
it.
yourself up for nothing. Listen to the man. He knows what he's talking about.
I don't even know what just happened and what I just watched, but the beats and your hands going at different times and your feet going at different times, it was amazing.
Well, but Kathy, and that speaks to why you need to go see. You need to go see in person, at the Ardmore, because it's obviously it's something that it's to see it and see it performed live is a wholly other thing. You appreciate it, hearing it, but seeing it is a whole other realm.
Yeah, well, I think seeing a really good musician doing what they do live is like going to see an amazing, sports person.
Yeah.
Is the only place where you can actually see somebody do that at that level. So I think it's really interesting.
Can I ask? I don't know if this. Listening, and Preston, obviously was going on about the Birdman soundtrack and everything. Were there any things that jump out for your composition for the movie that you're super proud of? Anything you could sort of demonstrate for us? Was there any sort of thing that you created or a passage or something that you were especially proud of?
I mean, to me, the most amazing thing about having been part of that project is that I only had the drums to do everything that I needed to do.
Was that per your idea, or did the director himself?
No, the director.
Okay.
The director was, because he's a drum fan. He was a big Pat Metheny fan, actually.
Right.
And he's the one that really wanted just drum set. So I had to figure out different ways of making the drums sound completely different.
To give them different shades of character.
Yeah. So that was one of the most interesting things about the whole project. Just the research I had to do to get different sounds out of the drums.
And Antonio, I know about the how you recorded that. Steve, they didn't film it and show Antonio the scenes as he was playing along. Can you tell him how they did it?
Yeah, it was a really unorthodox way of doing it, because they sent me the script, and Iñárritu, the director, wanted already some tracks before they started shooting. So we did the whole movie just off of the script.
Without ever seeing any imagery, you're just going off the written words.
So he would just sit in front of me, and I would ask him, this is a very long scene, so I would ask him to explain the scenes to me, and then he would just raise his hand whenever he would see the next phase of the scene happening in his head, so that I would get the timing right.
Yeah.
So then he was just sitting in front of me, and I would just be improvising, and then he would raise his hand, and I would think, okay, somebody opened the door.
Wow.
And then
That's
I would play an
crazy.
accent and then keep playing. So we did the whole movie like that.
Yeah.
It was really cool. And then they superimposed those
passages,
tracks, on the rough cut of the film. Then they showed me what they did, and then we redid a lot of the things.
You sort of shorted up.
Yeah, and this time looking at the film.
Huh.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing. Yeah.
That's why you have that it has such a jazz feel to it.
Yep.
Yeah, even
Absolutely.
cinematically.
Hey, Press, we only have a couple of more minutes if you wanted to.
I want to get, if you don't mind, if you wouldn't mind doing a little improv for us real quick.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
Antonio Sanchez. Here we go. Oh my God!
Holy hell! That's freaking amazing!
Oh my God! I'm telling you. This guy brings out voices of the drums you've never heard before. That squeaking at the end there.
I thought something had fallen because he was kind of reaching down, but you went underneath the drum?
He was playing with the snares. Yeah, and also hitting not only the hi-hat with the edges of the sticks, but the snare drum with the butt of the sticks at the same time.
Playing the whole drum. That's massively
unique.
impressive.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable.
Thanks for having me.
You kidding me? It's an honor of mine. Thank you so much for being
pleasure,
here.
man. Thank
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen, Antonio Sanchez. Thanks for being here, Antonio.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
And this, and then the next thing.
Okay, what is the next thing?
The next thing is there's another Philadelphia legend.
I don't see the phone line.
He's zooming.
Yeah,
we're
zooming. Oh my God! All right, real quick, you have about 3 minutes left to enter the word flowers for the money clip. So you got to do that now. Flowers. And that we will get a winner a little bit of $500. Yes, he's a Philadelphia legend, and we
love him.
Going to be performing on Saturday, yeah, at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City. And I'm telling you, I told you I got a Twitter alert this morning that he was tweeting about us. And it was ridiculously early. We hadn't even started the show. It was like 5:30 this morning.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's doing up at that hour. But ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Bob Saget is joining us.
Preston, Steve, I don't know what to say. And to hear 5 people applaud in the morning makes me feel like I'm on South Park. It's so good. I am so stupid. I got up as I do at my elderly age to go to the bathroom. And I said, hey, you know what? I'll tweet the show. That'll be great. And then I put, I'll be on at 7 a.m. because that's LA time. And I forgot that there is a time difference.
Yes. But I was shocked. So that would have been we would have been up at like 2 o'clock in the morning doing that this morning.
Yeah.
2:30 in the
I
morning.
watched the movie Mank last night because I wanted to know how good Hollywood used to be.
All right, let me ask you, Bob.
I just couldn't sleep. How are you guys doing? How are you?
We're doing well. And I wanted to ask you, by the way, because it's a story of Mankiewicz, who wrote the screenplay for it. Not to go off on this tangent.
No,
but,
I love I am tangents.
I contend, a lot of people, when they finally see Citizen Kane, they get dismissive of it. It is a masterpiece, is it not? It is worth.
I believe it is.
Okay,
I believe it is.
And
it did a lot for snow globes. It was and sleds. Sleds went up.
Were those the tchotchkes they sold for the?
That was the merch right out in the Grauman's Chinese Theater.
So all the radio stations in the area, they got snow globes and
they got snow globes and rosebud sleds.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I can't think of a lot of other RKO pictures except for 2 more that Orson Welles made after that. But
but
that has nothing to do. And you got to talk to my friend Bill Burr this morning, who is going to be where I'm going to be Saturday. He's going to be there in September, and he's one of my favorite people on the planet.
Well, he was being very humble about. Casey had mentioned that he's kind of in that top. Upper echelon of
he's
Bob
in the
Saget
ethos.
range.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
I would put him higher than me, and he would also.
Most people would, Bob.
I was actually talking to him. He was over my house. I'm sorry, you were going to say something about Bill.
No.
Go ahead. Just how great he is.
Yeah, no,
I was just going to say, he won't. He doesn't accept that he's at that level, which is healthy, I think, for somebody in the entertainment industry, in any industry, to realize that you can always be better and so on. But he was kind of humble about that.
Yes,
that response.
self-deprecating.
But he's one of the best, man.
He is one of the best, and I was there. I was on before at the Twitter Center in Camden when he had that Opie and Anthony virus set.
Oh,
that
it's
people
legendary!
booed.
Yeah,
I was standing backstage. I was standing next to Jeff Wills, the head of Live Nation Comedy. I was under the monitor and watching it. And I'm going, "This has gone great." And I said, "This is amazing. This is exactly what I would do if I was going to get booed." But I had a sweet spot in the show, like right in the middle.
Yeah.
So by then they got tired of booing people. It was kind of what we call herds now. It wasn't a herd, it was just booers. And he got off stage in a cold sweat. He said, "Did you see that? That was terrible." I said, "Bill, you literally just made history. That video is going to roll forever."
I saw you. I think you're on Rogan describing the whole situation, and that like the comedians all actually something that was promising to be so cool and fraternal turned out to be a nightmare, like Platoon, and you said in that moment he secured his legend by and the fact that he was dissecting everything that we hold dear, and you could win over an audience by throwing it back in their face was just an amazing thing.
He roasted them in the way that roasts. Well, it was cruel what he did, but roasts used to be meant not to be televised, not to be recorded. They were recorded, some of them, but they, when I was roasting on Comedy Central, that should not have been televised. That should have been just for a bunch of people that want to hear that kind of language, because it was, it crossed the line. It was on after 11 or 12.
Sure.
When clips run out of context now, it's, but Bill basically said the worst things you could about my hometown people in my loving Philly. And it was hilarious because he was unrelenting. He would go 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes. I'm doing all 15. You deserve it. And what I was going to say was, he was over my house. We were smoking a cigar not long ago, because that's the best way to get COVID. So we wanted to try that. And we're sitting there talking, and I said, I'm going to be 65 in May, Bill. And, it's so interesting. I got a lot of things starting for me now. I'm going to direct a movie later in the year. I was just in a movie. And it's things, I haven't even done what I came here to do yet. And he looked at me, he exhaled smoke, and he said, well, you better effing hurry up. Like I said, I'm not dying, man. I mean, I know Norman Lear. He's not.
You're just looking for a nice little exchange with a friend and a heart to heart, and he basically says you're about to die.
Yeah, telling him that I've got all this great work I'm about to do that I've never done. Because what I share with Bill is the love of stand-up. What I share with everybody, all the people that do it for the right reasons. And it's been hard on a lot of comedians that haven't been able to even make a living, but I'm very fortunate, and Bill is on fire. In fact, I've got to leave and put him out. But Bill is, because he played a firefighter in Pete's movie, but that makes no sense. See, it's not always good.
Well, let me tell you this. I will tell you this, and everyone wants to ask you a question, but I will tell you this. I think things, you mentioned COVID and all that stuff. The things that everyone is sort of looking for as those flags that we're returning to normalcy. Rock concerts and music and stand up and going out to see stuff like that, live shows, and that's at the heart of what was so crippling for the comedians and musicians. And I obviously you're proof positive as we're promoting your gig that we're turning around now.
First thing, I didn't know I was positive. I was told I was tested negative, but thank you, and I'm glad I heard it from you on the air. But I am beyond thrilled. I have had 2 injections. I had them in my butt.
Yeah.
I actually did the drive-through. So I just
put your ass
stuck it out the window. Yeah, I did the whole thing. And there was a different cheek for each dose of the Moderna. But I'll just go on more about that. So what happened was I really know when to stop, don't I? Anyway, but to go back and to be able to perform, and it's not going to be loaded with people. They have to do the CDC guidelines.
Sure.
So people are going to wear masks, and it's going to probably be half or less, a third. I don't know what the thing is. We're doing 2 shows. My buddy Mike and I have toured for 10 years, and he's doing really well. But we're on tour again because I haven't been this excited to do stand up. I don't think ever.
That's great.
Ever, because they need it and I need it, and I get to make people laugh, and I'll be able to hear them through a mask,
Yeah. So, Bob, in the world of social media, when you're posting on Twitter and Instagram, and you're posting these photos, you always have to be aware of what's going on in the background, because people like to zoom in and you left the toilet dispenser out, and or whatever. But now you're doing these Zoom interviews, and clearly you've given your background a lot of thought as well, and we've been doing this with other Zoom interviews.
Right.
So I'm noticing the stuff that is neatly placed on the desk behind you, and I'm wondering if over your right shoulder, is that a Batmobile? I can't really figure out what's going on all the way.
It looks like one, but you know what? I think it is.
It knows, and the flooding and all that stuff, and I think we need to cleanse the palate. We need to actually stimulate our palate this morning and get something to eat.
Talking about disasters and stuff makes us hungry.
That's why we bring you the connoisseur.
Listen, they don't call it comfort food for nothing.
That's a good point. All right, we're going to start with a comfort food story. Let me dive in. Oh, I thought I was going to do the junk drawer. I'm like,
wait.
where's my stuff? No, it's not.
Well, you can jump into pudding.
No, we're not going to jump into. All right, so anyhow.
Could you jump into pudding?
Absolutely. I would do it in a heartbeat with my mouth open.
I wouldn't jump into pudding unless you could stand in it, right? I wouldn't do anything that would be above my head.
Well, safety purposes.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Although you did almost drown Nick in like 3
Ice cream.
inches of ice cream.
He had it coming.
No.
I think he had it coming.
I did not have it.
You did not have it coming?
You were just being a dick.
Did I ever? I was being drunk. What do you want?
Yeah, a drunk dick.
All right, so maybe someday we'll jump in pudding.
Yes.
McDonald's, McFlurries. Apparently, the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, is looking into the case of those machines and why they constantly break down.
When I saw this headline, I was like, yeah, you know what? They are broken down a lot.
Yeah, so the problem has been the butt of late-night jokes. Wendy's and Jack in the Box have even targeted Mickey D's on social media. The problem's been so persistent that there's a website dubbed McBroken, and it tracks ice cream machine outages across the country.
I happen to be a fan of the McFlurry. I think the ice cream's pretty good.
The problem is McDonald's ice cream machines are overly complicated to operate and incredibly difficult to clean, often making them susceptible to breaking down. Nick, you would know this firsthand.
Giant pain in the ass.
Yeah.
The shake machines and also the sundae machines and anything that there's like this. It's not regular ice cream that goes into it. It's kind of like a formula or whatever. And so you would have to calibrate it exactly. And then the cleaning process took forever. And anything that ever went wrong, it would shut it down for days.
Yeah, according to the Wall Street Journal, the machines require a nightly automated heat cleaning cycle that can last up to 4 hours to get rid of the bacteria.
What?
And when the cleaning cycle fails, the machines become useless until a repairman comes along. And that takes time, and sometimes employees take matters into their own hands.
Well, then, Professor, we have no ground to complain about the Dunkachino machine. We can usually get that up and running.
But the FTC's apparently had enough. It sent a letter to the franchisees earlier this summer, and in that letter, obtained by the Wall Street Journal, the agency wants to know how McDonald's reviews suppliers and equipment, including the ice cream machine. So they want them to get on it and try and straighten it out and fix it.
Yeah, it is kind of weird that they're sort of holding them to task for their own machinery and their own. I mean, what they're doing is they're losing sales when people come in.
Yeah.
Are you a McFlurry fan? Have you?
No, I don't know. It's nothing I really look forward to when I go to McDonald's.
Right. I mean, you don't. I don't know a lot of people get dessert when they go to McDonald's.
The only time we would purposefully go to McDonald's to get ice cream was when my kids would have, each one of my kids was in a band or orchestra.
Right.
And so right after a concert, everyone went to Dairy Queen.
Yeah.
So, because it was close by.
Yes.
I'm like, we're not going to Dairy Queen. There's no freaking way. Let's go to McDonald's. They have ice cream too. And we'll go to drive-thrus. And nobody was at McDonald's. It was great.
Yeah.
So that's the only time we would go exclusively for.
That's sort of ingenious. Yeah.
Hang on a second here. Let me go to Eric, who fixes the McFlurry machines. Hi, Eric. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, what's up, my man?
Hey, listen, I can tell you the number one reason why those machines don't work.
Why?
And it's operator error.
Okay.
Operator error.
Correct. The machines are a little bit complicated, but not more than an average person can take apart and put back together.
Yeah.
In a to clean.
Okay.
Most of the times when I've gone to the McDonald's stores, it's only one machine that they use, and that's countrywide. And it's the same machine over and over again. You could go and transplant one worker from one store to another, and it would be the same exact one.
The same damn machine. Eric, how long does the average daily maintenance take for the machine, for the McFlurry machine?
So that's the wonderful thing. You don't have to take apart these machines for 2 weeks, because what happens is that overnight they heat the product up so it kills any bacteria, and by the time the store opens the next day, the machine has gone through its heating cycle and back to its cooling cycle, so you should be able to pull a fresh shake first thing in the morning.
Right, and all the bacteria is dead.
Right.
That's correct.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Love that.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it, man.
So,
okay.
Marissa just sent me this new TikTok trend. You know how we love TikTok.
Oh,
but
can't wait.
This one actually looks pretty cool. Iced
Jumping
coffee
into a wood chipper?
No, an iced coffee from McDonald's, a vanilla ice cream cone, and then you throw the ice cream cone into the coffee and then mix it all up, and then that ice cream is the creamer for the coffee.
Do you ask for? Wouldn't it all? Overflow if you try to put it in an entire
Well, no,
ice cream
you
cone?
probably have to drink some of the black coffee out first, or ask them to not fill it up all the way.
I wouldn't call that a hack. I put ice cream in coffee from time to time, and also we've talked about ice cream where you put the espresso on top of it. So mixing ice cream and coffee is not
Affogato.
all that new.
Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Avocado is so good. You know what I do sometimes? I will get a hot coffee from McDonald's and I will crumple up a little hamburger meat.
Oh,
okay, sure.
I like that.
I started on that journey with you thinking it was serious.
There was something that was good.
I call it a hambuccino.
Hambuccino.
Okay.
I like that.
Go on.
I'll hear you out. I can see maybe dipping it in your coffee.
No, it's just the same. Yeah. Try the hambuccino.
That'd be disgusting.
Delightful.
All right, let's see what else we got here. We're going to stay in the fast food realm for a moment. Wendy's has announced it's going to give their French fries a big makeover.
I don't think it's necessary.
Well, here's the deal. So
you're not a fan?
No. I like Wendy's fries, but the reason they want to do this is I see why they want to change this. Wendy's president Kurt Kane, told CNN the company has spent the last 4 years figuring out how to solve the cold, soggy fries issue. The new fries will apparently have one side that is thicker for heat retention, and the other side will be thinner to enhance crispiness. Because I do think of the fast food fries, Wendy's fries are the most quick to get soggy.
See, that's the thing. I like a soggy fry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's weird.
I'm working this out in my head. So do you find the Wendy's fries prone to sogginess, Casey?
So
I've never thought of Wendy's fries as being overly soggy.
Well, no, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Didn't Arlo Guthrie do a song called "I Like a Soggy Fry"?
Did he really?
I thought he did. I'm sorry. Maybe that's ringing a bell, but for some reason. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Casey.
No, what I like to do when I get my drive-through is
when you get your sog on.
When I get my sog on, I like to crumple the bag up nice and tight so that the air in the bag, the moisture in the bag, steams it and sogifies it.
I like where you're going. I like where you're going. Now, so for me, they are a thicker fry by their very nature. So they're going to sort of construct them in a different way, Preston, to maintain their crispness.
Yeah, crispiness and heat.
I don't necessarily need a crisp fry. Like I like that's fine. French fries are so versatile in their presentation. The only fry that I'm not a massive fan of is the curly fry. And even then, they're okay.
Right.
Love a curly fry. You know, that's my go-to at at Arby's. I think, and I know this is an unpopular opinion, I think the Chick-fil-A fry is way overrated.
The waffle fry is superb.
I love them.
It's. I don't necessarily have a problem with the waffle fryness. I don't think they put enough salt on it.
No.
Well, the salt, for some reason, on the waffle fry doesn't tend to adhere to it.
There are a lot of holes in it.
Kind of like a McDonald's fries. McDonald's fries holds their the salt that they put on there very, very well.
Mm-hmm. And they put a little bit of sugar in the preparation.
Yeah, that's inside of it. That's that whole thing. But I'm just talking about the salt being able to kind of stick to the French fry when you salt it.
Yeah.
I do agree that the waffle fries don't really hold on to the salt that.
And we've been going to Popeyes a lot more these days because there's one near me, and the chicken sandwich is, it was all the rage not that long ago.
Yes.
Their French fries are damn good too.
Okay.
They're like Steve, I don't know if you would like it because the taste is very similar to a curly fry, but it's not a curly fry.
I'm sure I've had it, and I don't remember having any issues with it, so it's probably pretty good.
Okay, good.
I'm a big fan of Popeye's actual chicken.
I don't remember ever having their fries before. Color me intrigued. All right, so Wendy's is going to change their fries. All right, what else we got here for you? Let's talk about liquor.
Liquor.
Booze. Jim Beam has announced a new subscription service. It's called Barreled and Boxed.
Here's the delivery.
And it is set to ship 2 very rare blended American whiskeys to subscribers every season.
Some of it spilled out. Sorry.
Each of the small batch whiskeys also comes with a behind-the-barrel look.
Why does this have your name all over it?
I know. That includes information about the origin as well as the accompanying live virtual tasting events.
I find the whiskey culture as I do the wine culture. Again, from a non-drinker, I find it fascinating.
Yeah, you should go to a distillery sometime.
Yes, no, I've been.
Okay,
and I do find it really amazing.
Well, it's neat. It really, even if you don't necessarily like the product, it makes you appreciate what they do with the craft that goes into it so much more.
I went to the Maker's Mark Distillery in Kentucky when I was dry. I didn't drink for just under 2 years because I was doing an elimination diet essentially because of my migraines. Turns out that was a waste of time. But anyway,
2 years I missed out.
But anyhow, I went to that distillery and I didn't have a nip of booze while I was there. But I loved it. I loved the look of the place, the smell of it, the process, the all that stuff. I was fascinated with it. So you don't have to be a drinker to find that stuff fascinating. Members will also have access to complimentary tours of the newly renovated Kentucky Distillery and be able to attend special VIP events with a guest. Only 500 of the memberships are available, and the price of each subscription box varies. I haven't looked into the price.
So there is a big cross culture here, too. Whiskey drinkers tend to also, or a lot of them tend to be into cigars.
Yes, they pair well together.
They pair well together.
Yep.
Yeah. Cigars and black coffee, I think, pairs together really well as well because they both make your breath stink.
I was just going to say, to have the worst breath
Black
ever.
coffee, bran muffins, and pooping all pair together very nicely.
Yeah.
We're talking about coffee and cigars, but I guess so. All right, I have... Oh, we have a new musical interlude for the connoisseur. Here is a life hack on how to get corn off of the cob. This is from TikTok. And see if you can find this on TikTok. This person uses a bundt cake mold. So I have not actually watched the video, but I understand what they're doing. So
I don't.
In the video of the hack, they use a bucket and a bundt cake pan to get corn off the cob. And now has more than 5 million views, probably way more because I saw the story a few days ago. In the video, Creative Escapes is the name of the person.
Sounds like a resort.
Shows her husband stuffing corn into the bundt cake pan, which is sitting inside a large bucket. So essentially, the hole in the middle.
Yeah.
They've rested that over the top of a bucket, and they push it through the hole, and it rips all of the corn kernels off. You know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about. I'm thinking the average size of a corn cob and the opening of a bundt cake pan seems to be a little bit bigger.
I guess it would depend upon the pan.
Right.
And it would depend upon the corn, because that's what I was thinking too, Steve. How can you guarantee you're going to get the right size corn each time you try to do this? But
you're taking
in
all
this
the
video,
fun out of it, man.
It's clearly working.
I also think there is a mushy level here too.
Yeah,
As you get down to the bottom of the cob, there's going to be some inherent mushiness. Do you agree, Kathy? Right?
Yes, and you know what? I don't eat corn on the cob because it will get stuck in my teeth basically forever. So
I
avoid it.
I do love corn when it's off the cob. I'm not a big fan of the cob itself, Kathy.
No kidding.
I love popcorn.
Casey, you said it takes the fun out of it.
Yeah, I love eating corn on the cob.
Just that whole.
I love the
I can do the same thing with my butt, which is interesting. Yeah,
I'd love to see that.
Cornhole.
Yes, I enjoy corn on the cob, and Kath, I will deal with the in between the teeth thing. It's not as bad as popcorn is for me because those little slivers are more rigid,
Yeah, and I like corn. I like popcorn. There are a number of things that I don't eat specifically because of the situation in my teeth, or I'll just eat it at home. Like you guys eat an apple every morning, unless it's cut up. I have to eat it at home, and same thing with a pear.
I will tell you something that I actually really like the taste of, but never have because of that whole tooth thing and getting in between your teeth. Broccolini.
Okay.
I cannot stand.
What about regular broccoli?
I love regular broccoli.
Yeah,
Who wants broccoli?
Chicken nuggets.
Yeah. Open your mouth. Here comes the broccoli.
And the potatoes.
Woo-woo.
And Captain Corn.
Brocky.
Who did you feed in here like that the one time?
Drew Gulak.
The wrestler.
The wrestler.
Wait, why? I remember it,
because
but
he
why?
wanted to try Preston's edible
that's right.
charcuterie board, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Well, I would love to feed it to you," and he was like, "Okay." And I was like,
But you did. All right, here comes off the top turnbuckle. Open wide.
Man, that guy's a good sport.
He is a great
He was
really
awesome.
is.
All right, so anyhow, if you want to try this at home, use a bundt cake mold and a bucket, and you can
tonight. Get the bucket.
decorn your cob. All right, what else do we have here for you? Let's go to candy. Twix is debuting its all-new Twix salted caramel cookie bars.
All right.
Isn't that what it is?
Coming out on the 13th. No, not salted.
candy.
And it features sea salt, caramel, and crunchy cookie coated in milk chocolate.
So
So,
this-
it's just like said, sounds like it adds salt to it.
Right. This is a standard, and I approve of this. I do like the salt and caramel.
Me too.
With the dark chocolate. I think it's a good blend.
Yeah, big fan. I went to Wawa last night before, a big fan, before going
Can I
to
get your autograph?
Shang-Chi. Yeah, so there was a screening of Shang-Chi in King of Prussia last night. So we went to Wawa to get a candy beforehand. And my son told me that he did not want to get Twix, even though it's his favorite candy, because it is not, in fact, a good movie candy.
It's not.
And I agreed with him.
Why?
So, well, because they're in the dark when opening the Twix packaging, it's really only like 2 pieces of candy, right?
No.
Yeah.
M&Ms can spread out through the entire movie.
Okay,
two
got
Twix
it.
is not
It's
a
gonna go
very good.
quick.
I think he's got a good point. Twix is
Yeah.
not a good movie candy.
That's why I like, instead of getting a Snickers bar,
Right.
I get those
Snicker
Snicker
bites.
bites.
Yeah,
But they're,
exactly.
they're Twix bites.
Yeah.
Not like the Snickers bites. They really
Yeah.
should have smaller Twix bites that would maybe be the size of, let's say, a Hershey's Kiss or something like that.
Or a small bird from South America.
Or a small, the little bumblebee bird from South America.
I guess
something
it's
that
tiny.
size.
I guess it's tough to get the cookie portion that small. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Well, they put a man on the moon.
No, a lot of times the bite size. So eat Cliff Bars. And they have smaller versions of them, like almost just like a quick snack, as opposed to eating the whole bar, almost like a meal. They taste completely different. I don't like them.
I don't remember what Cliff Bars are. Yeah. They're like
Cliff Richard.
No, they're like they're protein,
Yeah,
not protein,
yeah,
but
yes.
they're more
like a granola bar,
Okay, I got
if you will.
Yeah.
Kathy, I agree with you. There's a lot of things when they switch up the original shape
Yeah.
of whatever they're doing. It changes the absolute the taste to it.
Let me
yes.
tell you, and people will scoff at that notion, and I'm going to go back to my original point in a second, but you led me down another path here. the sweet Southern tea that I forget who does it, Golden Leaf or whatever. If you get it in a large bottle, the large container, it tastes different than when you get it in the smaller separate bottles.
You prefer the bigger bottle or a smaller bottle?
I prefer the smaller bottles.
Okay.
There's something, and I don't know what it is, and people will say, well, it's the same product. It's just in a different receptacle. I'm like, there is something different about the taste. Now, to my other point, on the Twix label, that they just had up there, Connor, if you could put it up, in the eye, in the circle over the eye, why is there an equal sign?
It's two bars.
Okay.
The two Twix contained within the Twix packaging.
All right.
In your standard Twix packaging, because there's king size.
Yeah. Do you prefer the left or the right Twix?
I go right.
Yeah.
What?
Well, I'm not.
That was a campaign for a little while, right?
Oh, okay.
All right, something else here.
Okay.
Let's see what else we got here. We're going to double back to milkshakes, because I know we touched on it with McDonald's, but
milkshakes.
Shake Shack
Yes.
has partnered with dessert and bakery brand Milk Bar for the creation of 2 new limited edition shakes. The chocolate birthday cake shake
Nah.
and the cornflake chocolate drizzle shake.
Nah.
I'd try that.
Yeah. And you're more adventurous. You have a more cultivated palate than do I. But I'm sort of a straight ahead kind of guy. But you think the cornflake one is more
I'd try
intriguing?
It. Yeah, sure.
I don't like.
I just don't like the birthday cake flavor.
I agree. I don't. I'll have a birthday cake rather than have the birthday cake flavor.
Both limited edition shakes will be available at Shake Shack locations nationwide starting tomorrow, actually.
What's your stand on Shake Shack? Big fan?
Oh, I gotta love it. I love it. And in fact, so Marissa and I had, and this is talk about privilege.
Yeah.
Friend of mine got some really great seats for the Phillies game. It was directly behind home plate.
I remember you were on TV.
You get special service while you're there too.
Do you?
Okay, yeah. So there's a Diamond Club, and you can go in and get whatever you want, and it's all part of the tickets that you bought.
Privilege.
Not only that, dude, Steve. At some point, they come down with a big tray of Shake Shack burgers, and they just start handing them out.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you.
I know that.
How much later after that do they start massaging your testicles?
Dude, I wasn't even hungry, and I'm like, give me one of those.
I had just fallen off of a mountain, and I should have gone with you to that game because there's
right?
Just, I mean, I
Nick
gotta
was
get
at
back.
the bottom of a creek.
Right. That's badass. I think there's also a Shake
Holy
Shack
hell.
in the Wells Fargo Center, right? There was one last year, the year before, and I know that there's a turnover in some of the vendors in the Wells Fargo Center. But yeah, I didn't know that there was one at the ballpark though too.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if there is. I guess
There is, because
Okay.
we passed by it. I went to a game. I had less privileged seats. We were all the way.
They actually took money out of your wallet.
Yeah, but and I like Shake Shack, but there was a line, and I'm like, I'm not sitting in a line for Shake Shack at the ballpark. I'd rather just go to the regular.
Come down to my seats. They just bring them to you.
Preston, what other amenities did you get down there?
Well, you have a service. There's a server that comes, and you could order all the booze you wanted. And I was ordering cocktails. Marissa and I were drinking cocktails and eating Shake Shack burgers and had Cracker Jacks, But
oh my God.
But as you go back inside of the Diamond Club, there's literally a section that's roped off, and it's coolers essentially just of stuff you can just take. Of just
Wait a second.
Take whatever you want.
During the seventh inning stretch, do waiters come out and lift you up so that you don't have to
so I
stand
don't
on
have
your
to actually stand on my own power. They lift me up on my armpits. It was pretty special, wasn't it, Marissa? Yeah, she's giving a thumbs up.
Wow, I didn't know that went on back there.
I didn't know. Listen, it's the only time I know I'm not rubbing this in your face or anything like that. It was a friend of mine who gave me the tickets for the night. And, of course, I wasn't going to say no, Marissa.
Yeah, like we didn't know how to act. Like we both waited to see if your friend ordered a beer first.
Right.
And then we were like, okay, it's the fourth inning. Can we order a cocktail?
You said that Jervis was there and kept calling security on you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I paid $6 for a federal donut.
Ooh, what flavor?
Cookies and cream.
Yum.
Okay. So Shake Shack has two new shakes. Here's something else. We touched on booze. We'll do it again. Bud Light Seltzer has a new variety pack coming out called the Flannel Pack.
The Flannel Pack, is it a tribute to grunge?
No, it's fall-inspired flavors.
Oh.
And the limited edition pack features interesting flavors, 4 of them. Pumpkin Spice Seltzer.
Okay.
Toasted Marshmallow. Maple Pear, that one I might be all right with, and Apple Crisp.
Well, they're getting all the right flavors.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Are you a seltzer fan?
They're not bad.
Yeah.
I don't prefer them, but the times when I've cracked one open, I'm like, yeah, all right.
My wife is getting into them.
I wonder how these compare to that. Like, I don't drink the Trulies or White Claw or anything
My
like that.
wife does. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Diane always drinks those.
Yeah, I wonder how these compare to
They
that.
are higher in alcohol. Because I brought her a 12-pack.
Why are you so afraid of the thermostat?
Well, it kicked her ass, Kath, more so
These?
than yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because I drink the High Noons, and they are a little bit less alcohol content than a beer.
Some of this stuff sneaks up on you, though, from what I understand. As a non-drinker, though, people will say, "Oh, you don't know how much alcohol's in
Oh, it was like the one from what's the distillery you guys always talk about? They did a vodka and iced tea.
Revivalist?
Stateside?
Boardroom?
Boardroom.
Yeah.
They did a vodka and iced tea, and it came in a can.
Yeah.
And, you see it in a can, so I drank the can. I'm not kidding you. I woke up drooling on my couch pillow. I was like, what just happened? What day is it? What time is it?
So there's this new trend on social media on Instagram where they are making fun of guys for drinking seltzer, and they're saying you're less manly for drinking seltzer.
yeah.
I'm like, just stop it.
I know.
Drink Chardonnay like a real man.
Exactly.
Right.
Thank you.
No, it's the same
Pinot
thing.
Grigio.
If
Fondue.
They do there's the same thing with coffee. If you put creamer or sugar in your coffee, you're less manly. If there's all kinds of stuff that's like
Or
that.
let's say you don't know what a little contraption you use to get the dust off of your car battery. If you don't know what that is, you're
were
less than
people
a man.
busting your balls yesterday?
I was like, come on.
They gave me the same sort of rap when I started having sex with men.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Lay off.
Casey, you joked about Pinot Grigio or whatever, but I legit will order Pinot Grigio instead of Chardonnay because when you order Chardonnay, it sounds silly.
Oh, so
well, you got to thank Alanis Morissette for that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
What you should do is order the Pinot Grigio, right? When it comes to you, act like you thought you said Pinot Noir. Be like, well, I'm just going to drink it anyway.
But
Whatever.
you know what? Let me,
Whatever.
Yeah, let me have
what was I
this.
thinking?
Don't worry about it.
So anyhow, these seltzers come in 12-ounce cans that feature a flannel-inspired plaid design. That's kind of cool. It will be available beginning December 16th at retailers nationwide, but will only be available through the end of October. So if you want to get them, you got to get them now.
Do you think because obviously the connoisseur is a very popular segment and we enjoy doing it, but do you think you would enjoy at least a side career helping develop some of these flavors?
I don't think I'm qualified to do that, but I think it would be fun. I think it would be, it'd be really cool.
Right.
But, yeah. All right, anyhow, speaking of the segment, that's all we have time for. We're actually scheduled to have Godfrey on right now, so we should probably take a quick break. And right now, video of Casey swimming in a pool of ice cream just popped up.
I'm sorry, Nick.
On our video screens here. Hey, we're going to break. We're going to come back in a moment. Like I said, Godfrey's joining us, and then Dave Coulier will be on the show as well. And we're giving away our Word of the Week prize today, mind you, and that's at the end of the program. And more Back to School A to Z coming up. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
You
It is.
wake
Yes,
up
it is.
with Preston and
I would go
Steve.
get it, but I'm wired to the computer. So
Well, so Steve,
if I leave, I drag the whole damn setup off the thing. But on the other shoulder is Rodney Dangerfield, a gold. That is an award from the UCLA Brain Society, not society. It's not a society of brain people. It's the secret brain club.
They're like the aliens from Mars Attacks.
Exactly. It's Mars Attack people. But it's actually was given to me by the people that run the brain ward in the brain center at which is redundant because the brain. Anyway, you're right. You were right earlier. Tangents are not a good thing. I really should have listened when we started. But that was awarded to me by Joan Dangerfield, his widow, and a friend of mine, Joe Gray, at a big event. And he was a good friend. I officiated his funeral, and he started me out on the Young Comedian special when I was like 25, 24.
I remember.
Bob, don't you have another piece of memorabilia from Rodney in your collection? Something
I do. It's in the other room. There's a study behind here, and I've got Rodney's pot pipe, and that came out on the Bill Burr, Bert Kreischer podcast, and I've got a box that he kept all of his pot in and his actual pot pipe. And I'm afraid I got to hide just looking at it.
Well, a lot of people don't know that he was a very active pot smoker, and that was his thing. And he was, I wonder now, Bob, with the strains and the potency levels, how do you think he would have held up against the current crop and strains?
I don't think he would have needed the brain surgery. I think literally he could have gone out a little more peaceful because it was elective brain surgery because it was something that was going to happen to him.
All right.
And I'm not big on elective brain surgery, just me personally, because that's why I stopped practicing brain surgery. But he was like, man, I'll tell you, I'll smoke pot every day. I don't care who knows it. They're going to put it on my epitaph. And I'm like, I don't think you want that on your tombstone. But actually on his tombstone, it says, there goes the neighborhood, because he's next to like Billy Wilder and Dean Martin and stuff.
That's sensational. I wanted to just bring up something because you were mentioning directing and getting onto some projects you're doing. Dirty Work was on the other night, and that you directed that, and Norm Macdonald is in it.
Yep.
And to me, that, and I know a lot of people feel this way, that is a cult status level movie. Do you ever get a chance?
I want to marry you. I want to marry you. I am married. My wife's out of town, but if she comes back on Sunday, if we can get married right after I do the Hard Rock Saturday.
It's just Norm Macdonald to me is just one of the greats, and I hold you in that rare status as well as far as what you do, but the union of you two, and it's so wrong in all the right ways.
Well, it's really nice to hear you say that, and I will have something I'll be able to say in the months ahead that is damn exciting if you love that movie.
All right.
And it's not a flip book. You know?
No, I would not be as excited.
We're coming out with a Viewmaster from Dirty Work.
I used to love Viewmaster.
It is something that if we're doing what we're planning to do with who we're planning to do it with, it's going to be one of your favorite things that you've seen in a long time. So
awesome.
It's been a couple years in the making, but it would I'm really not subtle. We know what I'm talking about.
But we can't say it for legal reasons.
No, I can't. But I love Norm, and when I call him and when we talk, it's just like I'll try him for like a week, or I'll text him, and then all of a sudden I'll get a phone call. Hey, Saget, why don't you ever call me? It's like, he's always the good one to blame other people. And I'm always just a total sucker for his comedy. He's one of the smartest people I've ever known that does comedy. But I got to tell you, I've been going over. I got to tell you, I'm Bob Hope's dad. I've been going over a stand-up that I want to do. It's oddly, before the quarantine happened, before COVID, I was becoming more responsible in what I was doing. It would just seem to have more meaning. There were more stories. There was more. It wasn't politics or religion. I'm not there to do that. I'm there to entertain everybody, but yet have some actual human context of the things I grew up with.
Yeah,
more human, and it just started happening. So I'm a different. People are now just right before quarantine. They were going, "You're not as dirty as I want you to be." I'm like, I'll throw in another word for you. I don't know what to do. We change as we do this. You don't do just one speed, one thing. So,
well, I think
I can't wait.
Just a quick observation is that your material's always been able to stand on your. I think there used to be in for years an initial shock that the Full House guy was for people who were unaware. I happen to be aware that you were great with that, but the material isn't predicated on the expletives. The material was always there. You're always a smart comic.
Thank you for knowing that, because that's the truth. I don't know. I'm out of context, and all they do is take a scene from The Aristocrats, which can't be made or shown. But you guys started my career. Not you personally, but WMMR. Yeah. I won a radio contest when I was 17 years old.
Yeah.
And WMMR gave me $500. I don't know if I've talked about it on your show before.
Have, yeah.
Well, here it is again.
Was that at Steven Starr's Comedy Club? Or
actually, that's where I really started. But before that, it was a place called Grandma Minnie's, and you guys were teenagers, and I was. No, you were babies. I was a teenager. I was 17. I sang a song about bondage, and then people go, "How did the Full House dad get weird?" I don't know. When he was 17, he sang a song about bondage. Right. So I mean, Steven Starr did a lot for my career. I was playing at a club at 3rd and Bainbridge that he owned.
Okay,
but I love Philly. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask you about
that. Are you going to conduct an orchestra?
That's how we know we're
going to so that we don't talk over one another. And so that, but I wanted to ask you about Comedy Central Roast, because you mentioned them earlier, and they've been airing them a lot lately. And I think that they're great, but they also get cut off. In particular, there was one where Bill Hader came out as the president of Hollywood. And I don't remember if you were there at that roast.
No, I've only been to one. I've actually hosted real roasts that weren't televised, like the Jack Black roast for 2,000 people in New York. Wow. That was for the Friars. So that was for charities. The other charity is Comedy Central. But please continue. So Bill Hader got cut off?
I guess my question is, you probably prefer to do the ones in private, because the ones on Comedy Central really are just tailor-made for TV. They're chopped up. They're edited a lot. And to me, it's not really pure comedy. It's more just about...
Yeah, and mine was particularly because I had a edgy bluer stand-up, because I don't know. I did an HBO special shot at NYU with 20-year-olds, so I just became a chameleon for the audience. I should have chosen a higher ground, but that's who I was as an artist. But that was particularly foul with my friends, and Stamos hosted. It had famous Cloris Leachman kiss on it.
That was great.
May she rest in peace. And then Gilbert, who I want to sue for the rest of my life for what he said. And unfortunately, people see that, and they think if people are joking about it, it's true. That's how herd mentality works.
Yeah.
It's like, what? And I didn't say anything. I just sat there and eventually laughed. Sometimes there was actually, when I was doing it, Joel Gallen, the great Greg Giraldo, who I loved so much.
Oh, he's one of the best.
You guys loved him, right? Yep. Did you used to have him on?
We had him on the show, and he's again in that. The economy of words and the execution of the concepts were just unbelievable. What a loss! So there are a few times I've been nervous when people have come into the studio. When Norm came in, Greg, because I just respected, and you, Bob, obviously, people I respect so much, and he was just great. And he really. They talk about Jeff Ross and Jeff Ross is great, but to me, pound for pound, Giraldo brought it to those roasts.
Yeah, and I think Jeff would agree, and we all agree. Greg was prolific and amazing, and he said I looked like the Vlasic pickle stork sitting there with those granny glasses and that large pointy nose. So that, of course, is something that I memorized. But the point is, he shouldn't be gone. And I talked to him like 2 weeks before he passed, and he was fine. You know, it was just a horrible thing that happened, and he caved at a bad time. Yeah. And it's very, very sad. But I called him and I said, so are we going to hang out? Because we talked about it after the roast. He said, oh, yeah. I got a girl here, Bob, I want you to talk to. And he did like a Norm Macdonald prank on me. I didn't know what was happening. And a young lady gets on the phone and she goes, hello, who is this? And I said, oh, it's Bob Saget. Greg says that you wanted to talk to me, that you're apparently a fan. Why would they be a fan? I said, well, I don't know. I was on that show, Full House. I do not know that show. I do not know who you are. And then he gets back on the phone and he's laughing his head off. He was just trying to impress somebody who sounded like Natasha and Boris were at the bar. And he had no clue who anything.
That's great.
Although Full House played in Russia, so I think they liked it.
Maybe they did.
Because we were of the right demographic. That's a nice thing to say in the morning. Hi, everybody. Have a great day. But I want to come into the studio next time I'm in there when I'm playing Philly, whether I play wherever, maybe the Tower again. Is the Tower going to open up?
I don't know, man. We're hoping for everything. You know this town as well as anybody, Bob, and there's just so many great venues and the amount of people who are devastated by this, just on that level, and it's not even just the performers; it's the people behind the scenes and the sound people and all that. There's been so much stuff, and we've got to do, and we're trying to do. Everybody's sort of trying to vigorously do everything they can to get everything back up and running, because the charm of this area is that you always had so many shows and comedy venues and all that stuff, and the Tower is historical, So we hope.
I'm hoping a lot of theaters, a lot of us are doing clubs because you can't get into a lot of theaters. But I'm playing a bunch of theaters and a bunch of casinos. And I mean, the Hard Rock wanted me, Live Nation called, said we want you to be the first person to open it because we want it to be a festival that people can bring their kids to. I said, well, it's 21 and up and it's a casino. So
right.
Unless you got a 15-year-old with a mustache and a fake ID, it ain't going to happen.
Are you just going to be in and out to AC and then back, or are you going to be able to spend some time in Philly? I mean, it's still restricted.
No, I wish I could. I've got to come back because I'm doing a show on a rooftop in San Francisco on 420 with a bunch of stoners.
Nice.
With Jeff Ross and a bunch of really, really funny people and proteges and friends of Dave Chappelle. So I'm doing that. And then I go back to Irvine, California. They're opening the Irvine Improv. But again, it's like a 500-seat venue. It's going to be 190 capacity. So but it's not a drive-in. It's not a drive-in.
It's not a drive-in. And 25% becomes 50%, becomes 75%, and we get back to it. And so
it happens. Getting out there, man. I can't. It's hard to explain. I know Bill must have been excited. We have the same publicist, and Bill is over the moon. Going back, did he exude that, or was he exhausted from the press?
We've had longer with you than we had with him. He had to get quickly.
He was like, I gotta go. There's another guy I gotta call Detroit, and I'm really angry about this guy. I don't know who he is, but I don't like him. I don't think he talks like Joe Pesci.
It was a good.
He's literally. Please go ahead. Sorry.
No. Yeah, that was spot on. But in fact, that's kind of the way he talked. But he's great. He's always been very, and with you again, let's people be reminded that you were been a participant in the Camp Out for Hunger, and you've been generous with your time and just donations
always.
And stuff like that. So
whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I try to do everything I can to help as many people.
You've been phenomenal. Yes. We appreciate
I have been, and I will continue to be, even though Bill thinks I don't have long to live.
Apparently,
he has the best drive-in story because he said he did a drive-in, and instead of heckling, the lady drove off. He just drove off.
Who was talking about that? I think Jim Gaffigan or somebody was talking about it. That just the quiet hum of an engine as the car just leaves.
It's worse than someone walking out.
It's worse than someone walking out.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Nice. You guys are lucky because you get to talk. Besides being as popular as you are, come on, let's face it, you are, and you look really good too. You're both incredibly handsome, and you get unusually groomed for early in the morning. I have to admit, and you know that I slept in these clothes, and I look very groomed. But you get to talk to so many people when I see your lineup because following you guys, it's like wow, it's all my friends. You know? You have Tom Pop on. You have people that are just wonderful.
Well, you are doing likewise your podcast, which I enjoy as well. Is that a nice rest, diversion for you as well? Because you're a good interviewer yourself.
I've gotten to be better, but thank you. I'm not you guys, but I'm on my 89th show. But Monday is Ben Folds, and this week I had Candace Cameron Bure, my TV daughter DJ. From Full House.
Gotta tell you, I adore her, and I have fallen in with the veracity of a crack addict to the Hallmark Christmas movies that she does, and
She's the queen of Christmas.
Yes, she's awesome. She's so good.
Well, it's interesting because we do a podcast these days, and because there's not that many outlets, there's the late night shows that they run the clips. There's SNL clips. Otherwise, if you want humor, you go to a podcast.
Yeah,
WMMR.
Preston,
Thanks, Kath. Yeah,
take a look at this. It's almost live from down in Manayunk. It's in front of Mad River.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's all the way up. Look at that.
Up almost to the awning over the door to get in.
Like the entire door is flooded all the way up. Wow, that's bad. So that ain't going anywhere anytime soon. So just heads up on that. All right, we have a guest who is ready to go, and he's going to be at Punchline.
Yeah,
Philly. It's not underwater, I don't think.
No, it's not.
Tomorrow night, by the way. Tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. Please welcome Godfrey.
Yeah.
Godfrey.
Woo! What's up?
Yo, man, good morning. Good to have you on again.
Yeah, man. It's been a minute. You know what I mean? It's been a minute.
Well, you're up in New York. You got hit with the storm, right? Have you?
You saw the subway stuff.
It was crazy.
Subway stuff?
Yeah.
There was a rat swimming like Michael Phelps. Did you see that? It was, if Michael Phelps was a rat.
Rats are really good.
Rat.
Yeah, in the water.
Oh no, they can swim. They can swim. They can. They don't vomit. They don't have a vertebrae, so they can go through like a hole that size of like a dime, and their bodies can squeeze through. They are super. It was so scary because that rat swimming was just summed up the problem with rats. They don't go anywhere.
Right. They just stay. They hang out. They're
and
good
the
to
rats
go.
like this does not affect us, my friend.
It's true.
Wow.
True.
Yeah. We got nailed by the weather last night. Some flooding issues and so on. But hopefully all that's going to be.
But it's sunny out in New York right now. It's like it never happened.
Oh, it's stunningly beautiful.
Yeah,
it's a gorgeous day today. There's just a path of destruction that was left behind.
Yeah.
The wrath of God, and then he goes, "You can have this now."
Right.
Thank you.
Here's your rat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's your rat.
How's your summer been, man? It's coming to a close now.
You know what? I actually, other than this pandemic, my debacle.
Yeah.
It's been, my summer's pretty good, man. The travel has been pretty good. Haven't gotten sick from anybody.
Good.
None of that crap. It was pretty good. I enjoyed the summer because of last year. I was like, I'm not complaining about anything. I liked the heat. I was like, it's hot out. Great. I love it. I was just not taking anything for granted. The summer was great. I liked it.
You're busy. You have your podcast. You have all the stuff that you do. You're very active on social media.
Yes.
Yeah. So
very active.
Yeah. So you stay very busy, and so it sounds like there were some areas in the country where you were able to go and tour, right, and have
Oh man.
perform.
Yeah. And by the way, I just came back from Alabama, Huntsville, Alabama last week, and boy, the South. You don't have to worry.
They're good?
They'll be like, "Mass, what's that?" You know what I mean? Florida, even last year, I was in Florida. I wore a mask to a club, and the bouncer said, "You're not getting in if you wear that mask. Party on!"
It's an entirely different vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. You're not. They're like, no. They're like, yeah. So it was like I had a combination of people, the rebellions, and the ones that were being strict with it. So it was like I just kept my mask on regardless. and just stayed away from people, sort of, washed my hands. I did all the protocol, you know what I mean? I didn't argue with anybody and what they did. I just kept my 6 feet is great. 6 feet. And when in doubt, 6 feet, guys.
Let me tell you something. Prior to the pandemic, prior to all this, I didn't want to be up that close to most people.
Thank you.
And so, I mean, I love people, but you know when you get like a close talker or something like that.
Oh yeah.
People who don't respect your space. So I'm down with that anyway.
I haven't smelled bad breath in so long. It's so great. I haven't smelled bad breath. Women must love this 6 feet thing too. It must be amazing. That must be amazing too. And the thing is, it's like, I when I traveled, I kind of enjoyed COVID because the airports were empty, man.
Yep.
Oh,
it's weird.
Sweet.
It's weird to say that, and listen, and it's just honesty. It's just part of the deal. But like here in the building, when you go to the bathroom, the building that we're in,
nobody's in there.
It was always like, oh man, there's all the stalls are taken and the whole thing. And now a lot of businesses are operating from home, and honestly, you can pick your favorite bathroom.
You can pick your bathroom. You don't have to cough when you pick, to a number 2.
Yeah. It's completely quiet.
You don't want to let people know you're doing too much, so you got to do a little cough. I was blowing my nose while sitting down with my pants down. Yeah.
I'm multitasking. Now, one thing I wanted to ask you, we saw this is in the information about you. I know you've been mocking the milk crate challenge. All right.
Yes, I did. I did it. Yeah.
Now, have you attempted it yourself?
Let me tell you something. When I was in college, I used milk crates. Milk crates were what you used to move your books, to keep your books. You used them as fake shelving. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And no, before the Container Store, there was we were doing this in college.
Yeah.
And I remember reaching for stuff and stacking the crates, and they would already be unstable after you stack about 2 or 3 of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I would never. Are you out of your mind? I'm not gonna lie. I enjoyed people smashing their faces in. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I can't.
It was. I mean, I can. It's fantastic. The spills, the thrills,
right?
And it gives you the chills. Great challenge. No, I kind of. Oh man, it just felt. I felt like a Milton Bradley game right now.
No, absolutely, yeah. Do you remember that day somebody got
connect 4, connect as many crates as you can for Milton Bradley.
They started marketing these things called Jaffa blocks, which were basically milk crates with that had a trademarked name.
Jaffa blocks?
Wow. Do you guys remember these?
Yes,
we talked about them.
Yeah, they were furniture in college.
Right.
Oh, yeah, and you would piece them together, right?
They were like milk crates.
Wow,
they were even more flimsy than.
They were more flimsy. Yeah.
They were standard dorm room furniture. Yeah.
Yeah, you could connect them together. You could get different colors to match your bedspread.
It was pretty amazing, how that literally went to Africa. There was these dudes in Africa stacking crates, and it was so funny. Because these African dudes are speaking their language, but it's the same rhetoric as the Americans going, you can't do it. I know he can't do it. I know he can't. And Africa's like, right. It was a universal crate language.
Yes, that's the common denominator.
I remember going to my buddy's house, and he was my friend from college, and I went home with him, and his family had an entertainment center that was set up with cinder blocks and basically 1-by and 2-bys. And I thought I had never seen anything like that. And I was like, that is the coolest thing. But now, as a homeowner, I'm like, there's no way I could possibly decorate my house with cinder blocks and 2-bys.
Right.
But I thought it was cool looking. I was like, I've never seen it. That's so smart.
Right. Yeah. My thing is, where milk crates have not been considered for years, and now where are they getting them from?
Right.
Yes.
Who's delivering milk that way?
I couldn't tell you where to get one. Right. No way.
Wow. And now they're charging. Now they're charging online now. Now it's like $1, $2 a crate now. Isn't that crazy?
Oh, well, we used to actually get milk bottles delivered to the house in a metallic milk crate. We used to get soda delivered the same way.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh,
I used to when I worked in Chicago, I grew up in Chicago, so I had I used milk crates. I was in a grocery store business. That's where I worked. My brother and my sister, and I was in inventory, so I'd be back there stacking crates.
Oh, yeah, that's what you did. That was always part of the job. You're stacking the crates.
Stack the crates. Like, yo, make sure you stack the crates before you close up, okay?
Hey, all right.
What'd you say?
You watched all
That's
these.
every regional manager in Chicago. Hey, before right. Don't make it stack them too far, all right? Put it right there. Stack the crates before you close up. Yeah.
All right, so you're watching all these challenges. The one challenge that bothers me the most is there's a guy standing at the very, very crest, the top of the milk crates, and another kid comes up and kicks the crates out from under him. Have you seen that one yet?
Are they African American?
Yes.
See, that's the problem with our every time we try to reach the top.
Somebody's pushing you down.
You bring yourselves down.
Pushing you down, man. That's why the crates are metaphoric, man. African American community, but I don't understand why I'm sounding like Eddie Murphy in the 80s.
It's kind of that's the defiant. You got to have that sound if you want to sound defiant. You know, you're like a street.
Yeah, but you know what's sad? It's like anytime you yell, any black comic that yells, we go, damn, that's Eddie Murphy. Because Eddie kind of encompassed the black anger voice.
Yeah.
And you can't really go, say, man. It's like, oh, that's Eddie.
Right. It's Eddie's.
You know what? You bring up a good point, Godfrey. Is that Eddie was, I think, poised to by now be out on tour, right?
You know, here's the thing. Here's what's so funny. Before he did the Seinfeld interview, right?
Right.
I talked to Eddie Murphy about 7 years ago. I was at this premiere. I got lucky. I saw him. My friend's like, yo, there goes Eddie Murphy. I go, whoa, he's by himself in this suit that looks so expensive.
Yeah.
And I went over to him in this silky suit he had on. And I go, hey, Eddie. And he knows me because I knew Charlie and all that. He knows a lot of comedians. I go, hey, man, what's up? You know, I'm just like in my head going, I'm talking to Eddie Murphy. In my head, I'm screaming, going, I'm talking to Eddie Murphy. So I had to keep my calm. I go, hey. I said, what's up, man? He goes, yeah, I'm just at this premiere. My girlfriend at the time, it's her premiere, blah, blah, blah. Because that was when he was dating Babyface's ex-wife, Tracy Edmonds.
Right.
Okay. Yes. And he was like, yeah, I'm just here. It was a movie called Who's Your Caddy? And then, first of all, to top it off, he goes, hey, Godfrey, I saw you in the movie Fat Girls last night. I just wanted to let you know that. He told me that. He said, you were the best thing in that movie.
Wow.
Imagine Eddie Murphy telling you that, and I had to keep my calm, and I just go, oh, thanks. But in my head, I'm like, Eddie Murphy, love, man. Love, man. So then I go, we're talking. I talked to him for about 25 minutes. I said, so what's up, man? Are you going to come back? And he goes, you know, I get in that mood where I go, yeah, I'm going to do it. And then I go back. I go, nah, man. It's like he's battling because this guy had two of the biggest concerts ever, comedy concerts.
Yeah.
Delirious and Raw. Yeah. Okay? Now, Eddie came to my college, man, and did Raw. You understand? He came to my college and did Raw. I saw him live. Yeah. So that's how old I am. And so he, I said, you're going to be like Betty Page, dude. You're going to be like the Betty Page of comedy because we only see you when you're young. You know what I mean? And so I think that he's not going to do it because, first of all, as a comedian myself, as a regular performing comedian, as a comedian that damn near gets on stage every night, when I miss comedy for a week, I'm like, man, I'm feeling a little rusty. Right. You know what I mean? I don't know. Yeah, it's because comedy is a thing that has to be constantly done. Has to be constantly done. You know, it's like boxing. If you miss months, you'll lose your fight because you know little things you'll start slipping. You know what I mean?
I see that completely. I had my brief period of stand-up years ago, and I was doing nicely with it. But I would see people. You know, you're right. Either you have to be invested fully and keep it like you're training for a prize fight. Because there is that sort of stuff that goes away. And you raise a good point. Eddie will forever be in our minds from those stand-up performances, locked in time. You can only, especially now with social media, you can only have stuff that you were not, criticisms and crazy. It'll just be too much. And so,
go ahead. No,
it's just if you weigh out the pros and cons, I'm sure you're right. In his mind, he's thinking, at the end of the day, why?
why he's so wealthy. And I go, you're one of the funniest dudes. Your movies have been fantastic. I mean, I don't know. I can't really say, oh, you don't have anything to prove, because I think kind of he does, because it's like he has 10 children. Okay?
Yeah.
10 of them. 10 of them. And the last woman that he's had the kid with, the blonde chick, I know that girl, Paige. She used to hang with me and my buddies. She was a model in New York City. And so she really lucked up, She got the Eddie Murphy in it. Yeah. She got the. So I don't know if that's how it went, but she got the.
It must have sounded like that.
So he has all these kids. And he has, the last kid he has is with a white woman. You know how much funny stuff there is?
Yeah.
It's
True.
Just so much funny stuff, and his kids are grown, and there's so much that I would love to see this guy get. I mean, I'm sure anybody and their mama would write for him for free if he needed a writing staff. We'd be like, dude,
oh yeah,
I will send you stuff, bro.
Yeah.
Like you're Eddie Murphy. You've influenced all of us.
Yeah, no, it's true.
All of us, Eddie. So I would hope that he still does it, because he still has to show up somewhere. People are still going to go crazy over him when they see him. They're going to be like, ladies and gentlemen, Eddie Murphy. People are going to go nuts.
Yeah.
And he can't do it in his living room. He has to practice. Even if he does a private show, everyone's going to go, oh my goodness, it's Eddie Murphy.
Mm. You remember though, like even with the SNL appearance, and even to Coming to America, people lock into hypercritical mode, and I can understand, and I assume everybody has to have a bit of an ego, and you got to assume he does, and he's thinking in his mind, do I want to invite this sort of stuff? Yeah,
and stand-up is the worst. It's the worst because it's immediate. And it's harder than everything else.
Right.
You know that. It's harder. There's no action cut, none of that. And now on YouTube, they have footage of him working out his Delirious set in 82.
Oh, really?
Wow.
And he's killing. Yeah, he's like 22. It's amazing. It's like he's doing all the Elvis Lemonade. That's cool.
Right.
He's doing all of that. He's doing the ice. And he's working it out at the comic strip in New York. It's awesome.
Oh, I gotta watch that. I was obsessed with Delirious when I was.
Yes.
I mean, and I was a kid. I was in probably 7th or 8th grade.
Yeah.
Totally shouldn't have been watching that. It was
right.
It was definitely not meant for me. But I was obsessed with that. I was also obsessed with his Saturday Night Live VHS at the time. So I don't care. I would love to. I would love to see. I was just obsessed with him in general. All of his movies.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a fantastic dude too, and he's helped a lot of comedians. He's a really cool dude.
Yeah,
and he just was that good.
Yeah,
and he was the only SNL member that hosted while he was on the show. Remember that?
Yes,
right.
True.
So when you when you were coming up, and even now as a seasoned veteran, like how hard is it for you to? Because I heard some other comedians talking. I think it was a Jeselnik and Segura talking about how they can't. And it has nothing to do with them feeling better than openers, but they don't even watch their openers because they just don't want their act influenced by anybody. You found your voice, and you want to continue for it to be your voice and not somebody else's. Correct?
Right. Yeah. Because when you have somebody opening, because I got a few guys. I'm sure Segura. Shout out to Segura. I just did his podcast some weeks ago. Two Bears in a Cave.
Yeah, they're great. They're great.
There you go, Bert Kreischer. Yeah, and Jeselnik, another great comic. You don't really, unless you bring people that on you don't really watch. It's almost like I don't know. I was almost comparing it to like when I played baseball. My coach is like, "Don't go playing softball. Throw off your timing." You know what I mean?
I wasn't allowed to play wiffle ball the day of a baseball game. We weren't allowed to do anything.
You can't do that. Yeah, it'll throw off your timing.
That makes sense. Yeah.
It's not even that. It's just, first of all, you want to make sure nobody's doing stuff that you're doing. Because you don't want to go on stage and someone does a joke similar. You go up and do a joke and they go, hey, the guy that opened up just did that joke. So now it looks like you took it from that dude or that chick. You know what I mean? And you just, you don't want to really, it's like a thing where you block it out, you know.
Have you ever?
Go ahead.
Have you ever seen Have you ever seen somebody doing your material? Have you ever gotten word someone's ripped you off?
I've had that happen before, and I actually interrupted the guy.
Oh, really? Oh my God!
Because your material is like your name.
Yeah.
You ever think you heard your name and you turn?
Yeah.
You think someone's calling your name, and you know, because of conditioned responses, you know how Pavlovian's conditioning, you react.
Sure.
Someone can be saying a name similar to yours. You turn around, you think it's you. It's like that with jokes. They're so part of you that you've repeated it and said it over and over and over and over and over. It's like your name. And you hear something going, wow, that sounds like mine. Because you just turn to it and go, wait a minute, I do that subject. Wait a minute, I do it. Like, whoa, ho. This guy, it was a joke about Patrick Ewing back in the day, because I hated the Knicks coming from Chicago.
Right.
So I used to, when I moved to New York, that was when Bulls were giving it to him. You know, that Last Dance, I lived through that.
Yeah.
The Last Dance documentary, I lived through that. So it was like, so the dude was doing a joke I was doing almost verbatim, and I said, hey, my man. I'm at the Comedy Cellar in New York. I go, hey, dude, that's mine. It was so crazy. I said, hey, dude, that's mine.
And what was the reaction?
He goes, you're not the only one with it. I go, nah, I am the only one with that joke because you said it like I did. See, I'm not the only one that knows Patrick Ewing, but I know I'm the only one that does the joke of Patrick Ewing like that. And no comics in here do the Patrick Ewing joke, but you. So you're not doing it, dude. It was weird.
Wow,
I was going to the bathroom.
I would have loved to have seen that. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
but it wasn't a confrontational like fight thing. It was just like you were just disappointed and angry. Like, no, that's mine, dude.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Like, it wasn't like, hey, I'm going to kick. No, it was like, hey, dude. I interrupted it. I literally heckled him. I heckled my joke back.
Hey,
I was like, boo, boo.
You mentioned the Bulls and the documentary, the show. Did you see the news the other day that they are going to make a movie about Rodman's weekend in Vegas? That was from that they're
Who's going to play Rodman?
I don't know yet, but they've gotten the go-ahead to write the story of what happened when he left in the middle of the playoffs to go have a weekend in Vegas. Yeah.
Dude, if they do,
that was amazing.
If they pull some James Cameron trickery, I could see you playing that role.
Because I can do them. I go, I just take a rest. I didn't mean it. So sometimes, my mind is just a little stupid. I love the guys. I had to go to Vegas.
Yeah, man, you should.
I used to see Rodman, man, back in the day. I remember when I was performing, because when I started, Bernie Mac took me under his wing. And so Bernie and Michael Jordan hung out with each other all the time, him and Ahmad Rashad. So Jordan's wife was like, I was one of her favorite comics, me and another guy. And so we saw Jordan around. It was like in his prime. And literally, I remember being at a party and Shaq was there. And we all turned around because Jordan walked in. He shuts rooms down, man. You go, oh, there goes Jordan. There's Jordan. And you just watch, you go, there goes Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. He's drinking something. Look at that. You do play-by-play.
Yeah.
Oh, Jordan's going to the bathroom. There he goes. All right. We're going to wait outside, see if he washes his hands.
But you wouldn't, I would never, and I have a tendency to sometimes over-talk to people, famous people. But even Jordan, I would be like, I can't go talk to him. I would love to.
I was able to say what's up to him because my friend Noble, I remember all this. Noble was in his riding team. He does motorcycles. So my buddy Noble was his riding team. So he goes, yo, I was at this other party. He goes, yo, you want to say what's up to Jordan? I said, of course I do, dude. Yeah. And then I go over there and Jordan has this big cigar but he was cool though, because I was with his buddy, and I go, and he goes, hey, this is Jamal. I go, hey, what's up? He goes, hey, what's up, man? I go, holy mackerel. It was like, whoa,
yeah,
whoa, man. And that was when I met Jordan. That was my second time meeting Jordan, and Jordan bumped into me downtown Chicago by accident. I go, what was that? It was Jordan. That was cool. And then I saw him at this benefit with Walter Payton. Okay. with Walter Payton.
Wow.
I win.
Yeah.
Come on.
I
man.
win.
Dude, I mean, you win in general. Like, you had the greatest running back of all time. You had arguably the greatest basketball player of all time.
Yeah.
And that was your hometown. Those are the hometown guys that you rooted for.
Bernie Mac, and then also I used to go on the Oprah Winfrey Show in college too. How you like them apples?
Wow. My goodness.
Dude, I mean,
how you like them there apples?
And you have the Wiener Circle. I mean, like,
I had the Wiener. We have the Wiener Circle. That's my side of town. I grew up on Clark Street. Yeah, the Wiener Circle. All of that. Yeah, how you like them there apples? And Harry Carey was still alive.
Oh my
Holy
God.
cow! Look at the Cubs are suck a team. They're the worst team in the world. Hey, it's hat day today.
They may be the worst team in the world, but you're getting a hat today.
Yeah. Oh, that Harry Carey. And there's a guy by the name of John Campanera. Okay?
Yeah.
He's a Chicago legendary comedian. And his Harry Carey has you literally, you're crying.
Yeah.
You're just, if you know Chicago, he does the best Harry Carey. It's the greatest in the world. And I think that's where Will Ferrell got it from, John Campanera.
No doubt. Yeah, I'm familiar with the name.
Hey, all right, so you're a baseball player. You also played collegiate football.
I played a little bit at Illinois, tried to with Jeff George. I remember.
Yeah, that's no joke. Basketball, but also you're a martial artist. And I want to ask you specifically, because Nick and I saw Shang-Chi last night. I
heard it's unreal.
You're going to love it. There were some fight scenes in that movie that I just thought were, the only way to describe it is beautiful. And so I wasn't sure if A, you were a Marvel person, and B,
of course.
Okay, so
In fact, we've talked about that. We and you've said, I mean, you're in good, you're in damn good shape. I mean,
I'm cool. I mean, I got my little, old sports injuries. I had a rotator cuff surgery like 3 years ago.
Yeah,
my knees aren't the greatest.
But let's get you in a Marvel movie.
Yeah.
Everyone, listen. Let me tell you all something. Everyone will tell me, they're like, dude, how are you not in any of these films? Black Panther, Godfrey, you're Nigerian, for Christ's sake. How are you not? I go, listen, I wish if I figure it out, if I try to figure it out the way through your frustration, I'm going to frustrate myself. So what I got to do is, I've been into that new age, just throw it out into the universe, man, kind of law. Because if you start to try to figure it out like that, you're going to stab yourself. So I know I want to be, Spider-Man's my favorite superhero. Okay?
Spider-Man, there you go.
I grew up collecting comic books. By the way, I win again. I met Stan Lee 3 times. Okay?
Wow.
Yeah, how you feel? How you feel? How you feel? I win again. Now, listen, 3 times. And I met him the first time. It was a girl. Her name is Yuko Kobayashi. She met me. I was at the Laugh Factory going up on stage. She goes, hey, man, I'm a really big fan. Da-da-da-da. And his partner, Gil, because Stan Lee had he had a small company. He left Marvel and did this company called POW Entertainment on Santa Monica Boulevard. Mm-hmm. Right. So she goes, hey, man, are you a Marvel fan? I said, of course I am. Yeah, I'm a boy. Yeah. She goes, yeah, well, here's my card. Come, if you ever want to meet Stan Lee. I said, listen, don't play with me, miss. Don't make me angry. You don't want to see me when I'm angry. Bill Bixby, baby. Bill Bixby. Nice. What you know, Bill Bixby. Yeah. So we're like, boom. I'm like, yo, listen, I really don't play with me. She goes, come tomorrow, 1:00. And let me tell you, I met him in his 80s, okay? Mm. And I meet him, and it's just me and him for 3 hours. Dude! I'm sitting here like this. I'm trying to text my friends. I'm like, yo, I am with Stan Lee, dude. And Stan, he just goes, Godfrey, how you doing, Godfrey? Listen, I want to show you something. And he pulls me over to the Blade poster, okay? And it wasn't like, oh, really? Because he's black? Now you want to show me a black superhero? No, it wasn't that. Stan Lee goes, do you know Blade was the first Marvel blockbuster movie in 1999? Godfrey, did you know that? I was like, no. That Blade, Wesley Snipes, that was the first blockbuster hit.
I saw it in the theaters. Wow. I loved it. I've loved the character. Now
so good.
They're doing a reboot.
Yep.
Mahershala Ali.
Mahershala, yeah.
Yeah, and I think he's a great choice. I love that character, love that storyline. But I mean, listen, they got to get you in Wakanda or something.
Yeah, just talk like Harry Carey to stand out from the other people.
Like, hey, I have superpowers. All I need is a beer, and I get a lot of powers going.
They can have you rotating milk crates in the.
Oh my God!
They call me Creighton. I'm Creighton. I just throw milk.
Creighton. Oh my God!
I love it.
Godfrey, listen, man, we got to wrap, unfortunately, but we are so delighted that you're coming back to town. We haven't seen you in a while. Us personally, we keep missing each other. I know when you've been in town, we've been gone, but that's over. Next time we'll be in person, most definitely. But Punchline is where Godfrey's going to be tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday. There's 2 shows Friday and Saturday, 7:30 and 9:45, and 1 show on Sunday. And you can get your tickets at punchlinephilly.com. And I'm sure you're going to have
so great. Such a great club, too. It's a nice club, too.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Shout out to Live Nation. Seriously.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But listen, Godfrey, it's good to talk to you, and we'll catch up soon, my man. Have a great weekend here, okay?
Thanks, man.
You got
guys take it easy.
Godfrey, guys! He's the best. He is the best.
He's great. He's great.
All right, with wrapping up that, we need to take a quick break, and when we return, more of the Back to School A to Z bizarre file stuff is coming up too. So stay put. We won't be gone long.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Sensational news. So E! News picked up yesterday a story about Candace being on my podcast, just talking about people make fun of her for being so perky. That was a news story. That's where we're at.
Perkiness.
Perky.
This just
people are cynicism comes, and the pain that people are having comes out of what we've been living through, which is being locked up.
Yeah.
But it's a problem when the younger people, and I feel like I am one of them.
Yeah.
People go, well, you're an old man and we're Gen Z. And I'm like, no, you guys don't get it. My stand-up isn't as blue as it is. It's like a 12-year-old or 10-year-old learning bad words.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it is. I mean, the word wiener comes out. Just the word, by the way.
Okay. Right.
But you that's the interesting part is you can make with a podcast, I'm able to have that outlet this year, and I've had such wonderful guests. I've had Tiffany Haddish to Jake Tapper to Bill Burr to Jason Sudeikis to Whoopi. It's just been able, and then dear friends that I sparred with like Gilbert and Lovitz, and and I'm just going to keep doing it forever. I have no reason not to. It's once a week, and I love it.
Well, there's been, and we've talked about this. There's been again, and I must have said this 100 times over the past year, that there's going to be some things that are going to actually, that we found, hey, this is a way we can do this. The way we're doing this right now with you, Bob, on the Zoom setup is something that was in the works, but we were forced to accelerate it. And so here we are doing that. So there are going to be some bright spots. And I think the fact that it accelerated you doing something that you're enjoying is a glass half full aspect to something that's been so profoundly unpleasant.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. This would be a dial. I'd be calling you on the phone. And now you get good quality audio. I'm on a podcast mic, and I'm able to do, I did Kevin Hart's new podcast that'll be on next month. And it becomes like you're in studio talking with your friend.
Right.
And as you know, that's what broadcasting is. Yep. You're just being yourself and talking with your friend or a person that you feel like, oh, I'm a person too.
That's right.
What I was getting at is the cynicism is what's ripping us apart. It's, it's where people, no matter what you say, people, if John Lennon said all you need is love, they would go, oh yeah, right. Canceled.
Right. It's
cancel him. Love. I don't have love. Canceled. But
I think your angle, your take on it is exactly right. And we with Bob Saget's in the world and the planned Dirty Work sequel.
I never mentioned that. I never said a word. Saget, why are you talking about it? The ink's not even dry. Shut up. My bad Norm impression.
Well, up next is this weekend at the Hard Rock at the Edis Arena, Saturday. There's 2 shows, 7 and 10 p.m., and you can get the tickets at bobsaget.com, and we'll post information, make it very easy for you to do that. Bob, it is always wonderful to have you on, man.
You guys are so great, and I will want to be in studio again. When I come home to Philly, I want to hang out with you guys for about 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, we can do that. I was going to say all morning, but,
3 or 4 days.
3 or 4 days works. We can make that happen.
Look at how groomed you are. You're going to smell good. I'm fine with it. The worst is when you show up, and you're in some New York Sirius radio station, and wow, I shouldn't have said that.
No,
but everybody's got BO because they're a morning shock radio, and they're not. You guys are clean.
We're clean. Only one of us is BO.
Well, I'll have to guess. I'll know when I get there.
She is normally clean otherwise.
We love you, Bob.
Love you too.
Thanks, man. We got to go. Bob Saget, the one and only. God, I love that guy.
You could talk to him for hours.
He's one of the most naturally funny guys that I've ever met. He's just the best.
His stand-up is so freaking funny.
Yep, it's sharp. YouGov polled adults who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl and revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. Mm-hmm. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Right. Okay.
All right. So pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go
and pizza.
Yeah, no, really, I would go pizza last. I would probably normally I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Mm-hmm. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
Wow.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now, okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of I count that as chips and dip. I mean, it's not technically dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah,
It's the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
It's like bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. It's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
really
analogy.
shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is actually bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So.
It's good.
Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. So
stays darker later.
I mean, stays lighter. Later.
Longer, yeah.
It stays later darker.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday, too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
dark and dark
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story, Preston.
No,
it's going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd
What's
Nelson's playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm going to tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got a laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I
timer.
didn't have to listen to the story.
Every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here. Yeah. And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
yeah, I had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink it.
Don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's remarkable, though. Like, little things can set your day in the right direction or the completely wrong direction, and that one set... I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever, but like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. You've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he will be he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, Matt. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur.
Okay.
Like, we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like, I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
There's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, hold on. That means Darth Vader's my grandfather.
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget, like, actors really know what they're talking about. Like, he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be.
Yeah. No, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear. The dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, what's up? And just say, just get on the plane. And I'll go, hey, I thought we could do that. And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky? Like,
yeah.
Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, I cannot believe that's going to be Papa. Like, I cannot believe he is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is that the company? So they're on a huge roll. Their phones probably ran out, right?
Gotta be.
Oh wow!
Have to be. So the power's been out all night long, and there's no way my two kids are going to sit there and not have their phone on and doing something to pass the time if there's no power at all. So I'm sure their phones are dead. I can't get a hold of Rochelle or anything like that. So just checking to see if the power's still back on. I think that's my answer, that the power is not back on.
Right.
Yeah.
I was talking to Robin this morning, and she's in Mullica Hill, and so their house is okay.
Yeah.
But she said they live in a wooded area, and all of the trees are just ripped from the roots out of the ground, laying, like their outdoor furniture, like all of that stuff completely destroyed. And I said, I get you're lucky that your house is okay, but she said not far from her is where those houses were
devastated, destroyed. I mean, we're not saying they got a little bit of paneling damage or a little. We're talking destroyed.
Yeah, like down to the foundation. Yeah. That whole thing. Terrible. So that's terrible. Yeah. So. All the repair work and recovery stuff, that's a several days ahead process. So hang in there.
It's nice today, man. I mean, hopefully that helps with like recovery and
It can only help, but to have, because it is glorious. It is wild to see this juxtaposition, Nick, of shots that are coming in from along the Schuylkill. I mean, again, levels not seen for 150 years, and yet it's beautifully sunny and comfortable.
Yeah.
Like a nice day.
Yeah, right. That's all it took. That's the trade-off.
Right?
Oh, here we go.
You want to get rid of humidity? You got to let Haida come through.
Here we go.
Wow. All right, let's do the bizarre file. Maybe a little distraction here.
Bizarre. WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All righty. It is brought to you this morning by Dermatology Associates of Plymouth Meeting, recruiting for alopecia areata. I guess that's how you say that. Areata clinical trial. And men and women 18 to 65 with current episodes of scalp hair loss lasting 6 months can sign up at PlymouthMeetingDermatology.com. Police have arrested a man that they say committed several acts of arson at multiple Phoenix Circle K locations. And it's actually pretty ingenious if you look past the whole arson thing. Police arrested 61-year-old Dennis Ray Barrett after he had allegedly set fire to trash cans inside 3 different Circle K stores in the Phoenix area. Investigators say that he set the fires to create a distraction so he could steal booze.
Okay.
That's what he was doing.
Does Circle K, they sell booze?
I would imagine, yeah. So there's
individual
convenience stores can in everywhere except Pennsylvania can pretty much sell booze. So
all right, like a solo beer in a Circle K.
Sure. On July 31st, Barrett reportedly set fire to a trash can inside a Circle K. Police say surveillance footage recorded Barrett setting a fire and then running out of the store with stolen beer. He was able to leave while the cashier was distracted by the fire. Police say Barrett used the same tactic at 2 other Circle K locations. Reportedly
Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Set fire in trash cans inside each store and then fled with stolen beer while the cashiers were dealing with the fires.
Wow.
Barrett returned to one of the stores on August 20th. He reportedly stole beer from a fourth time, but this time he didn't use the fire as a distraction. In each of these incidents, he left the stores in a black Ford Edge. Police later learned the car had been reported stolen as well. So police arrested him after officers found him in the stolen car, and investigators say he admitted that he was the one in the surveillance video. He's facing 3 counts of arson. Police are asking for the public's help identifying a man accused of exposing himself and pleasuring himself in front of employees at McDonald's in North Carolina.
No.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he was upset that the McFlurry machine was broken.
Police said the incident happened Monday around 6 a.m. The suspect was driving a white box truck that had blue or black lettering on the driver's side. The man repeatedly exposed himself and pleasured himself in front of the fast food chain's employees. He's described as in his mid-30s with brown facial hair, and they are looking for this guy. A Lancaster County man is facing charges after police say he drove across the state of Pennsylvania through at least 7 counties after he thought someone was spying on him through his CD player.
Oh.
I could see
that.
that.
But if he's driving with the CD player, he's bringing the spy equipment with him.
You would think so. According to state police out of Punxsutawney, the 28-year-old from Manheim, Pennsylvania, walked into the Punxsutawney station on August 28th because he said that he didn't trust the police in Lancaster County.
Yeah, why would you with all their CD spy equipment?
The man proceeded to explain to the police that someone had replaced parts in his CD player so someone could spy on him. Police noted that it was immediately obvious the man was under the influence and hadn't slept in several days. After a field sobriety check, a drug recognition expert met with the man, and it was believed that he was under the influence of marijuana and some sort of central nervous system stimulant. And a search of the man's car found methamphetamine and paraphernalia related to marijuana use. Charges are pending. The result of a blood test.
Were they able to find out who was spying on him?
No, that's still under investigation as well. A man faces arson and other charges for allegedly starting a fire in a store where his credit card was declined. Maybe he knows the guy in Phoenix. This is in Virginia, though. At about 3:30 a.m. Tuesday, police were called to the Sheetz convenience store. They were told a customer had just had his card declined, left the store, returned with a gas can, the contents of which he poured on the floor and then set on fire. He then drove off.
Maybe it'll be accepted now.
He then drove off as the store manager put out the fire. The sheriff's office and state police began searching for the man. The car in which he drove was found at an apartment complex. Shortly after, they saw the male suspect under a tractor trailer near a Lowe's store. Police say the man had a hammer, and there was a brief standoff before they used a taser on him, and he was arrested.
Listen, I will admit this is not my best day.
Kyle Maybe is charged with felony.
Is that
arson.
you under the truck with the hammer? Yeah. Things are not going well.
Let's go with this story. Geronimo, the sick alpaca that twice tested positive for bovine tuberculosis and at the center of a long legal battle to save its life was killed by UK health officials on Tuesday. They had to, though. So staff from the Department of Food, Environment, and Rural Affairs extracted Geronimo, who became a British sensation for its farm near Bristol, England, at around 11 a.m. local time and put the animal in a trailer as the scene was broadcast on the BBC. According to the owner of Geronimo, Helen McDonald, she said, "I'm absolutely disgusted by this government." Her name is McDonald, and she has a farm. Seriously? Wow.
E-I-E-I-O.
She said, "These are barbaric actions. It's a disgrace." Geronimo was condemned to death earlier this year after he twice tested positive for the bovine disease, which is highly infectious and leads to the slaughter of thousands of livestock in the UK each year. So that's why they had to do it. The farm's owner, Helen McDonald, tried to and failed to halt the killing in court earlier in August and was told that she had one day to kill the animal herself. When she didn't do that, they gave a warrant for executioners to enter old McDonald's farm sometime before September 4th to look for Geronimo. And that saga sparked a debate in the UK about whether or not the government's killing is justified. High-profile animal rights activists and demonstrators have opposed this execution, but
It's okay. Let me go. It is a far, far better thing I do.
Yeah.
But on that farm, she had some llamas.
E-I-E-I-O.
But what do they say? Do they go, ba-ba? What?
Yeah, they sound like Cardi B.
What do llamas say?
I think they just spit at you, don't they?
Yeah, I don't think they
No,
you know, they probably do like a
like a tauntaun?
Yeah.
That sounded perfect.
You didn't know I could do that, did you?
No, and it sounded like a llama.
Like a goat, right?
Yeah, that's what I would think.
But
Yeah.
not really. But different.
But different. With a little lamese in there.
Yeah.
Lamanese.
Lamanese.
Moi?
What are you looking
Going moi.
Oh, nothing. I had to, I'm looking for a llama sound.
All right, the sound of a llama making groaning noises or going moi. Mwah. It's like a big kiss. Mwah. Is often a sign of fear or anger. If a llama is agitated, he will lay his ears back. These are according to llama facts.
Somebody get us a llama sound.
Marissa's working on it.
Oh,
Maybe it's coming up in the A to Z.
It might be. Llama sound. It's a little ways off before we get to the L's.
It's the great
double L's, mind you.
The lesser-known Beach Boys album, Llama Sounds.
It'll be late in the L's. Classic album from the Beach Boys, Llama Sounds.
Brian, we thought Pet Sounds was out there, but to hyper-focus on the llama seems really like a gambit.
Any success on that, Marissa? I know she gave a thumbs up, so yeah.
I got it.
All right,
we got llama.
Here we go.
Yeah.
That's sort of...
You were close.
That's Tauntaun-esque.
Okay. I don't hear a moi.
Those are French llamas.
That one was kind of moi.
I honest to God, every single time I heard the sound, I thought it was one of you guys making the
Yeah,
sound.
it sounds like a human, right?
Yeah.
Listen.
sing the McDonald's song. It would go with
here, there, here,
everywhere.
Yeah, it doesn't lend itself to it, does it?
No, I'm going to go to Seth. Hang on a second here. Seth, hi, good morning.
Hey, good morning. My kids went to a party in a friend's backyard a couple of years back. There's Stoney the Party Llama here in Cherry Hill in the local area.
Stoney the Party Llama? Okay.
I gotta look
Stoney
that
the
up.
Party Llama. When Stoney gets tense, he kind of hums under his breath. You can hear him, but you have to be pretty close. And his owner just says, okay, he's making that noise. You should back off.
What does he hum? Jeremy? Or...
Kind of tuneless. I don't know that you could hum it yourself.
Stoney the Party
He's got his own website.
All right, thanks, man. It
Sure,
says the
thanks.
site's expired, though, Nick. Maybe he's out of business.
Maybe like the llama himself.
StoneyThePartyLllama.com.
Yeah.
But you can go to petting zoos, kids parties, and so you can still rent Stoney.
Oh, right below Stoney has left that industry and now does tax preparation.
They got goats and ducks and whatnot.
Okay. All right, good to know. All right, that's all in the bizarre file. We're going to take a break.
There's the Party Llama.
We're going to come back in a moment, and we are going to continue the A to Z and the numbers. That's where we are. It's brought to you by Springfield Mitsubishi, and we will also see how you did on today's program if you've been paying attention, because we'll have a lesson question. Trash and music news coming up, too. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
No, it's. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly. People never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity, once it's done, when people ask about it, you can just say, watch the movie. Because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't the origin. This isn't that story, though, isn't this?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow-up to it, Bert?
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary. Kale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago. He saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, I want to do a movie with you.
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, all right, you got to do one movie. He's like, I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do? And I said, well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine. And he goes, how would you tell that? And I go, I got to be honest with you, Kale. I don't know. I said, my biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, just tell The Machine. And it'll be the Russian mafia. And he lit up and he goes, say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie. And so
Go ahead.
based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guy's...
And then you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie. And I was like, he's thinking about colors? And they're like, yeah, he's a director, you moron.
He's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos, I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
You gotta be kidding me.
Excellent.
Yeah, what's hilarious is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction, and like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, dude, Mark Hamill's your dad? And then and then I went on the news, my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?
I was like, there's no way.
There's no way. Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie. And we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, tell everyone where you're going. And I go, I can't. And he goes, just say it. And I go, I can't. And he goes, say it. And I go, I'm going to rehab. And it made us laugh. And we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, I'm not going to rehab. Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, this is a new step in your journey.
Oh, my God.
Bert, have we spoken?
More believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah.
Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, explain how that all came, how that all happened.
So Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston. and I really fell for it. And it was a funny story, a funny lie. And then I said, we should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet? And I said, I want to meet at her house. And he's like, that's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house. And I was like, well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house. And he's like, should we bring our wives? And I'm like, no. And then I go, can she bring someone? And he goes, yeah, probably for safety. And then he caught himself and he goes, maybe that's not the message we want to send out.
You're going to need protection.
Laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us, and we laughed probably for 10 minutes. Literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night I'm getting ready I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail. And Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, check your DMs. I checked my DMs and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston. Wow. And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. Wow.
It was crazy.
So going back to the movie for a second, Bert, Mark Hamill's the only name that's been announced associated with this. Is there, can we leak a little information here on the Preston and Steve Show? Anybody else that we might know is involved in the project?
I don't know. I don't know how to say their names.
Are you using a lot of local actors or actors from Europe that we might not be familiar with?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're using a lot of them. The guy playing Igor is awesome. I mean, if I send you his video, I'll send you his video.
Yeah.
If I can get it today, I'll send it to you, and you will fall in love with this dude the second he says the machine. Okay. That's my favorite casting probably that I've seen. Actually, everyone's great. The girl. I don't know who I can say, but by the way, I can't even say any of their names. So.
Yeah. No, it's so cool.
I would love to see like Boban. How do you say his last name? Basketball player, 7'5".
He's in John Wick 3, Parabellum. Yeah.
That guy would be great. I don't know. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to ask you. So you do Two Bears in One Cave. You're also doing this podcast with Bill Burr. We're actually going to have Bill Burr on the show tomorrow. So why do you giggle like that?
I bet that guy makes me giggle. Has he ever told you about the time he was at the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Should we ask him about it?
Or is he going to get mad?
No. He's like, I'm such a moron, Bert. He goes, I'm at the Sistine Chapel with my wife. We're looking up, and I'm thinking, this is great. You know what? If someone was smart, they'd open a bar right outside here and call it the 17th Chapel.
17th? The 16th Chapel.
That's fantastic. Giggle so hard. We did a podcast with Stanhope.
That's great.
And all we did was talk about day drinking, best day drinking scenarios. And Bill hasn't drank in like 2 years. Yeah. And I swear to God, all of us almost fell off the wagon.
By the way, here's a connection. You're going to be related to Mark Hamill in The Machine, and Bill Burr's on The Mandalorian. You're all now living in the Star Wars universe to some extent. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, what's interesting is I got an offer to be on The Mandalorian like 2 months ago. They hit me up. They sent me with this role, and they're like, "Hey, you interested?" And I was just like, "I'll pass." What? And my daughter lost it. They're like, "Why? What are you doing?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not really like a I don't watch The Mandalorian. Like I tried to watch it, I couldn't get into it.
Right.
And my daughters lost it. They lost it.
It's a great show. It's so freaking good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then when we got Mark Hamill to play my dad, I went. I think I'm still a Jedi, guys. Like it runs in the family.
You know, Bill's whole thing is he's always made fun of the Star Wars universe. He's always, and here he is, and he jokes, he talks about, you're friends with him, and here he is, square in the middle, and now he's having to sort of sheepishly say, okay, I kind of get it now, you know.
Oh yeah, wait, that's a great one. Ask him to tell you about all the stuff going on in season 1. Say, hey, Bill, the seasons you did, tell us about the story.
Oh, he has no idea.
He hasn't watched any of them.
All right, yeah, we'll get him on that.
Bert, it was years ago. We had done this live broadcast. Basically, it was from like a trash company, right? So it's a place. They won an opportunity. They did a charity drive, and they won an opportunity for us to broadcast live. And Bill Burr came out, and we actually flew him out to this live broadcast in a helicopter. I don't know if he's going to remember that, but it was so funny because that was like the first taste of the real Bill Burr that I got, because we wanted to play this game called Crack Shot, right? And Crack Shot is listeners call up, give us trivia questions. If we get it wrong, we get shot with a BB gun. And so we wanted him to be the shooter. And he's like, no, I'm not doing it. No, I don't want to do it. He's like, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this. I think we just offended Bill Burr. Like, this is like shooting people with a BB gun is beneath him. He's like, nah, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, we weren't shooting him.
No, he was going to shoot us. Yeah.
But still, he didn't like it, so that was fine. Yeah, it apparently didn't hurt his career, so he's doing fine. Yeah. So how long will the shoot be taking place for the machine, Bert?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, wow.
Is your family coming out at all?
My wife is. Yeah. She comes out in like 2 weeks, and then I wanted the girls to come out, but everything's still kind of weird with COVID.
Yeah.
I wanted to go through Europe with them. I was like, we're never gonna get this opportunity again.
Does she get the Gulfstream 550 treatment too, or will she be flying? You're laughing.
Lufthansa.
Lufthansa.
Yeah, there you go,
Coach. Take the Lufa, honey.
She'll be flying standby. If you think about this, Bert, listen, this has been a traumatic, horrible year for the planet as far as, all the stuff that's been going on. But you have been on a career high.
Yeah. He did it to me this morning.
Just like Candyman.
215-263 WMMR. If you say Casey's name 5 times in a row, what will he do for you? 215-263 WMMR. While you call, we'll do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And it is brought to you by Rita's Water Ice. Stock up and win ice at Rita's. You can visit your local Rita's Water Ice before September 26th, for your chance to win free Rita's for the 2022 season and a pair of diamond stud earrings from Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Joy Behar of The View telling People magazine that she has apologized many times on air without meaning it, just to save her job. The 78-year-old Behar also revealed that her vagina has been placed on the National Register of Historical Places.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
Olivia Jade will be joining the cast of Dancing with the Stars. According to her mom, Lori Loughlin, Olivia spent many years dancing with the Bolshoi Ballet. Hey! It's amazing. And finally, Madonna was spotted recently in the middle of Times Square at 3 a.m. shooting a new music video. Amazingly, the production crew didn't need to hire security since most pedestrians just assumed she was a hooker. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll attempt to get an answer to this question. If you say Casey's name 5 times fast, or not fast, but 5 times in a row, what will he do? Well, he did it to me. I'm going to go to John for the answer. Hey, John, good morning.
What's up? What's up?
Yo, buddy. All right, so Casey, you say his name 5 times. What does he do?
Unlike what my wife does to me anymore, she kisses the head.
Oh, the forehead. Yeah. Yes, that's correct. Yes. Well done, John. Hang on. 4-pack of tickets, 23rd Annual Philadelphia Tattoo Arts Festival, September 10th through the 12th at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. You can get tickets and information at villainarts.com, by the way. Let's do our music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Sequoia Outback. Make your backyard the perfect retreat for the fall season with Sequoia Outback's end-of-season showroom sale. Route 309 in Hatfield or at decksupplies.com. We'll start with this. Metallica and Carhartt have joined forces to recruit a new generation of skilled tradesmen and tradeswomen via a Labor Day want ad to address the labor shortage in this country, especially when it comes to live events. Drawing inspiration from Lars and his 1981's Musicians Wanted Classified ad, which led to the formation of the band, people are encouraged to visit Carhartt.com to learn more about how to get involved with All Within My Hands Metallica Scholars, which is an initiative dedicated to providing skills and services to students of all ages who are looking to enter a traditional trade or other applied learning program. Speaking of Lars, his two adult sons, Miles, who is 23, and Lane, who is 20, have formed a rock band. They made the announcement on social media and started sharing their music under the band's name, Taipei Houston. And fans may recall that the two of them were in a video. They performed in a video together last year doing Beatles songs. Their dad had recorded and posted it. In an interview with Rolling Stone shortly after, Ulrich said, I was like, you know what, boys? You done me proud. And they already have 2 concerts scheduled for later this month. Lane plays bass, and like his dad, Miles is a drummer. Speaking of drummers, child musician Nandi Bushnell has gotten to make music with heroes like Dave Grohl and the Foo Fighters, and now she can add Tom Morello to the list. While in Los Angeles over the past few days, Bushnell, Morello, and Morello's son, Roman, worked on a new song together per her recent social media post.
That's pretty cool.
Last summer, Morello gave her one of his signature guitars after her cover of Rage Against the Machine's Guerrilla Radio went viral. Bushnell's talent has given her the opportunity to spend time with Red Hot Chili Peppers' Chad Smith, Greg Bissonette, and Ringo Starr and his all-star band. How about that?
Does she have her own band?
No, not that I know of. She just she performs multiple instruments.
Right, she does.
Yeah, but the drums are her main focus. Former Megadeth bassist David Ellefson has teased his next project. Yesterday, he shared an image of something called the Lucid, along with a September 8th reveal date on his social media. This would appear to mark Ellefson's return since he left Megadeth this past May after several sexually explicit videos of his leaked online.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
And then finally, one more story. Korn's Jonathan Davis is still struggling from lingering effects of COVID, and it has slowed him down. He has to sit down during the shows and has had a throne that's custom built just for that.
I think we said yesterday, maybe you should just take the time off completely and let yourself rest and recuperate. You're probably slowing down your recuperation by pushing yourself.
Yep. I don't know if his motivation is to make sure that his bandmates and crew keep working.
And that's a noble thing.
I'm not sure. Earlier but you can't play when you're dead, so you don't want to overextend yourself. Earlier this month, Korn rescheduled 6 dates and had canceled 2 after Davis tested positive. According to a video posted from Brian Welch, the guitarist, the singer is fighting through the pain. He said he's physically weak and having a mental battle, and any type of love, light, and energy you can throw at him, prayers, all of it. Whatever show you're going to, throw him some love and energy. Man, he needs you now more than ever.
I love the way the band comes out on stage now, Preston. They actually come through a bundt cake mold.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Just like a corn on the cob. And that is what I have in the music news for you. Hey, real quick, I want to do a shout out.
Yay!
This shout out is for Ashley and Dave Bautista. And it says, no, not the wrestler actor, although he's just as hunky, but a lot less muscular. This is from Carrie Mitchell. She says, Dave and Ashley are 2 loyal PNS listeners and 2 of the most selfless people who deserve a Tom Jones shout out. Dave's dad, Jim, was diagnosed with an aggressive case of ALS in December of 2019. Ashley actually told me at the 2019 campout, without thinking twice, Dave and Ashley uprooted their lives, moved in with Jim to provide around-the-clock care. Both are still working full-time jobs while providing constant care for Jim, and they regularly miss social gatherings and events to stay at home to help him and constantly have visitors at their home. They never complain and are happy to be there for Jim. A shout-out is the least that I can do for them and let them know how much we all appreciate them. So hit it, fellas.
All right. Oh, geez, here we go. Oh, I almost hit the wrong button. I did.
Yeah!
break to take. When we come back, we'll get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. We have one more song that we will play for the Back to School A to Z, and it's a good one. We'll return with that in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. What's new?
Glad you asked.
You have been on fire. It started with your Netflix special, the Go Big show, the Cabin show. Every time you turn around, you got something out. Now you're in production on the machine. Have you had time to pause and process how things are going? In light of all that's not going right, you are the one shining beacon.
I had a great 2020. I don't know what everyone was
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Harvard Medical School actually called you to give a talk on how to properly set a bone in somebody's arm based on what you did for Tom Segura.
Yeah, Tom blew out his knee and broke his arm. I had a great game that day. I don't know what he's talking about.
Casey references all the time and just starts cracking up at you going over.
Just because you didn't like the way his arm looked, you're like, you shouldn't do your arm shouldn't be like that. Let me do that. And then you gave him a little tap, on the. Hey, good job, buddy. Dude, it makes. Sometimes I just think about it and I laugh. That was so funny.
Yeah, I did a tour. I did 4 tours. I did the vet. I had a fun 2020, man. Everyone's complaining about it.
It seems like 10 years ago that we were in the parking lot and you were doing the show. And but here we are. Yeah, but at least the general consensus and feeling is that we're moving out of this, which is good.
The last thing that we did as a show collectively with listeners involved Bert at the Cardboard Classic.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a little more than a year ago at this point, but Bert was there for that, and then. The crap at the fan, man.
Yeah.
Everything stopped.
And then the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. That's your team.
This has been a really great year, man. Things are looking up and up.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, man, it's exciting news, and this whole thing with Mark Hamill it's just the coolest. So
it's unbelievable.
We'll hope that filming goes well and everything runs its course, and hopefully we'll be talking to you soon, man. But we appreciate you checking in all the way from Serbia this morning.
Well, thank you, guys. I love you guys. I really do. Thank
Likewise.
You
excellent.
Yeah.
All right.
Talk
We love you.
later.
Bert Kreischer, guys. Thanks, man. Take care, bud.
That's awesome.
All right. So,
Jesus.
wow. He's
so cool.
He's living the life, dude.
Now,
He's living the life. And I hadn't thought about that until you pointed that out, Steve.
Yeah.
That the world has gone to hell and Bert Kreischer's is just on top of everything.
The pinnacle of his career.
Yeah, good for him. Or to take an instrument
that's been around for so long
and give it a new sound. And that's what I think our next guest has done. And he comes loaded with accolades and is well vetted.
Just a bit.
In the world of jazz music. And I know that us being a rock station may not be familiar with him, which is why we want to have him on this morning. Turning on to something. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Antonio Sanchez. Is here this morning. How are you, man?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Nice to meet you. My pleasure. It's wild. I'm nervous talking to you because we have 2 drum kits set up in here, and by the way, it's their idea that you and I play together, and we've done it a few times. We've had some pretty big names in the world of drums here. I've played against or with Mike Portnoy.
I like that.
Mike Portnoy, Questlove have done it, and but I'm
not
more intimidated in sitting down playing with you than either of those guys.
Oh, don't worry, I'll go really easy.
No, don't worry about it. I don't want to have a battle.
It's not a drum off. It's a jam.
You, like me, I remember it was actually the look of drums themselves that first got my interest. I was like, what is that stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it just
gorgeous.
seems so cool to me. Now it's a royal pain in the ass because you got to lug that crap around and put it together. As Antonio was getting set up, I'm like, one of the burdens of being a drummer is having to set up the drum kit. You have people that do that for you now, I would imagine.
On occasion.
On occasion. But yeah, so you learned from the world of rock. So you came up with that music, and then at some point, jazz had to have caught your ear.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, basically, I was into Copeland, Neil Peart, John Bonham.
We've talked about this, Preston, that there's this impenetrable jazz wall that people they have a perception about it. And I love fusion jazz. I love Pat Metheny. I love and I love John Coltrane, and I love all the different to talk about that improvisational thing, and people say, "Oh, it's too complex. I don't understand it." But I think in many ways it taps into that the artist expressing themselves in a way that I think it can connect with you in a way that's maybe more profound than a lot of people think. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there seems to be this, a lot of people perceive it as, it's not my thing. But I think on a visceral level, you might find that it's a little bit more intense.
Well, the thing is, I hate when jazz is too brainy.
Yeah.
And when there's no really a story telling, when jazz doesn't really tells a story, it becomes really boring, and it just becomes about people just kind of showing off.
When you listen to fusion jazz and really intense, super duper fast swing and bebop and stuff like that, that the average ear, some of it, like, we don't know where you are. I don't know time-wise where you guys are, but you guys all do, and I find that fascinating. When I get lost in a song, and by that meaning I don't know where 1, 2, 3, 4 is, and all of a sudden you guys come back together and bang, you're right on top of it. It fascinates me. As a percussionist, I'm like, how the hell did they do that?
It's so cool. And I think anyone can appreciate that.
But you can see how daunting that is to people who don't understand what you guys are doing, because it can sound like noise.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But that's one of my main missions. And, Steve, you mentioned Pat Metheny. I've been playing with him for 18 years. So, one of the things I learned from him is to try to make things accessible. You don't have to be complicated for the sake of being complicated. And it's a lot about lyricism, about melody, and, about communicating something to the audience. If you're overly complicated just for the fact, just for the sake of complication, then you lose me as well.
A couple of drummer questions for you, going back to Stuart Copeland for a moment. One of the things Antonio does that caught my eye and ear is that he uses all of the voices of the drum kit that are available, and ones that you may not have heard before. And I'm talking about hitting the rims, hitting the shells, playing with your fingers, hands, and so on and so forth, and incorporating all that stuff. And going back to Stuart Copeland, is your affinity for rim knocks, does some of that come back from listening to Stuart growing up?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. He was the man for that. And then when I started playing Latin jazz, there's tons of that.
Okay. How about using, because the first thing that I found really, really interesting about it, I just pulled up and it just said on YouTube, Antonio Sanchez drum solo. And I watched you, and you're playing along without setting the sticks down. You're also holding on the sticks and playing with your fingers on the snare drum and here and there. And it sounds like more than one drummer is playing at the same time, which I found really interesting. Is that a technique you just kind of stumbled across and decided to expand on, or did you get some influence from that?
Well, I studied quite a bit of percussion when I was at Berkeley as well, like congas and bongos and stuff like that, instruments that you play with your hands. And I just started incorporating it little by little as I was holding the sticks. And a lot of things as well I stumbled upon.
So this week, or last week even, when I knew you were coming in, I'm like, well, I better practice. I'm going to play with Antonio Sanchez. And I sat down to play a couple times, and I was just like, this is a waste of time. I'm just going to wait till he comes in here, and I will just do what I can.
He was in here early, by the way, before the show, banging away and trying to get up to speed. But, but it is what it is. It's all good.
But when someone is, when you were really into it, how much were you practicing a day? It had to have been a lot.
I was never the kind of guy that would practice like 7 hours, 8 hours a day. I saw a lot of those people at Berkeley, and I was like, oh man, I should practice more. And then I realized that I was playing way better than a lot of those guys because I thought, I was practicing in a smarter way.
Okay.
I was working on my weaknesses way more than my strengths.
Right.
And I would do like 3 hours a day, 4 hours a day.
What would you say to people who, because I tried really, really hard. I hunkered down, I practiced, I worked on it for hours at a time. But there is a thing as natural ability versus effort. Yeah. And you can work as hard as you can, but sometimes, listen, otherwise everybody would be hitting a home run every single time out of the park if they could do it.
Right.
There's some people that have more of an ability. If you find yourself plateauing, technique-wise, ability-wise, and it frustrates you, is there anything that you would give as advice to people as to, Don't give up.
To me, the most important thing, I mean, I always say that a technique without concept is like giving a machine gun to a kid.
Okay.
You know, it's a very powerful weapon that if you don't know how to use it, you're just going to injure other people around you, you know, with your lack of musicality.
Yeah.
So to me, it's always go back to the music. What is musical? You know, sometimes you hear this term, oh, he's such a musical drummer.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That he plays with taste. You never say, oh, he's such a musical piano player.
Right.
Because it's understood that musicians play music, and a lot of times drummers are not musicians. There's just drummers that bang away at the instrument.
You and I are going to play together.
Okay.
Here's what I'd like to do. We jam a little bit.
All right.
And then I want you to show me something stupid. So, or something awesome, because we got to get a taste of.
All right, so
sounds good.
Sashay on over there. Preston's ambling on over, and Antonio's getting in place, and we have two drum kits here side by side.
Hey. I am so nervous. I'm shaking a little bit.
Antonio, do you know how to play Wipeout? Can you play Wipeout?
Stop it.
I never did, but we can.
Why don't you want to like trade 8? I'll start a beat and we can trade 8 on a little soloing or something like that.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, who's going to start first so we know?
Well, we'll start together.
All right. Oh, you start. Oh.
Well, you know what? Here's the deal. I'll play a rhythm, and Antonio will sync up with me because he may start playing something I can't play.
Yeah.
So let me start.
That's probably inevitable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So and then at some point I'll do like a little 8-beat riff, and then he'll do it, and we'll figure it out, right?
Yeah.
All right.
You'll figure it out.
All right. I don't know what to do. We'll be there tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. You can get tickets at punchlinephilly.com, by the way. So he's got a couple shows on Saturday and tomorrow, and then Sunday one show at 7:30. So there you go. Pierre Robert is here, ready to take the helm of the big ship, and you'll need it. You need something that floats today, anyhow. Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Is that a llama?
That could be, for all I know.
It's actually not bad, though.
That's a llama.
It's more like a horse.
That's uncanny. Yeah.
It's like my John Wayne imitation.
That's a John Wayne impression.
There you go.
Kiss me a steer and rope me a pretty girl. No, wait a minute. I'm going to rope me a steer and kiss me a pretty girl. Right, Kathy?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Checked out an hour ago. That's all right.
Yeah, it's a little. It's there's some things out there.
Exactly. That's the kind
have you seen the video footage of the city and everything?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
No,
man.
I mean, usually if the wind blows more than 2 miles an hour where I live, everything goes out. So I was expecting a bad run from my gymnasium to my home, and there was nothing wrong.
In that area, pretty good. But anything down along the river. I mean, right now there's footage up on these screens.
Yeah, this is the Vine Street Expressway.
Yeah.
Center City's getting slammed. Conchie, Manayunk. I mean, there's just
Look how high that water is to the Vine.
Downingtown, Mullica Hill.
Amazing. Is that currently?
Yeah.
Right now?
Yeah.
I just got a new picture of Conshohocken, like an aerial view, and the water up to, we talked about the train station being covered, but all those apartment complexes, I mean, the water is going beyond that, well beyond that.
Wow.
Look at this. We're looking at the Vine Street Expressway. It is almost all the way up to 22nd Street. I mean, that high.
But
you know how high
those overpasses are.
Overpasses.
It's got to be
up to the overpass.
15 feet?
They're saying 17 feet.
Yeah.
So
I've never seen anything like that.
No, it's the highest has been in, like Steve said, 150 some odd years.
It's almost up to the green signs.
Yes.
Did you have to take back roads to get into work, Pierre?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because
Schuylkill was closed.
76 is closed. Yeah.
Marissa, how's Marissa going to get home?
I don't know. She said that there's no power in her building and all that good stuff.
And everything is still shut down.
I've got a boat outside.
Yeah, she might need it.
We could float her home.
Might need to do it.
Inner tubes.
Inner tubes.
That'll do.
Pool noodles.
You know, it's so cosmically unfair because we have all this water between Louisiana all the way up through the path of Ida to here, and New York was bad.
Slammed.
And in the West, there
you need
it's
it
been
desperately.
a ghastly drought, just ungodly, and
the
like
fires, Tahoe,
yeah, Tahoe. I mean,
Jeez.
it's within 10 miles of my old family house out there. And they've evacuated huge portions of the lake, and the drought in California and the western states is ungodly. It just seems so unfair when certain areas get pounded that don't need any water, and other areas so desperately. If they could just get 3 days of rain in the western region, they could put the bulk of those fires out.
Yeah, do the trick.
What we just had here would have gone a long way. Yeah.
Yes, but it is, as the saying goes, what it is.
That is true. So we're going to need to get the letter if you're ready.
No.
Okay.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
Hi, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
O, as in opportunity.
All right, and we'll give the opportunity to win to caller number 5 at 215-263-WMMR. You need to know the 4-letter word in order to win the prize, and we'll tell you all about that when you call in. So call right now, caller number 5. What's up on said program today?
Well, the workforce blocks will be taking a well-deserved vacation for a while as we continue the celebration of the A to Z. So you guys have gotten in a bunch of songs. You started with 2 minutes to midnight into 3 a.m., which was great. 4th of July. I mean, do you love what you've played so far this
Absolutely.
morning? All of it.
Absolutely. It's been so good. I mean, I was talking earlier about that's probably my favorite Springsteen period, the 4th of July, that the Wild the Innocent and the E Street Shuffle, Greetings from Asbury Park, all of that stuff, and it's great to hear it.
Yeah, I mean, but it is just wonderful to hear it.
Yeah.
You had Skid Row, you had Green Day, you had
awesome.
Chicago.
Yeah.
Oh, that goes out for Davis, by the way. I'm going to send Chicago out to Davis. I forget where he lives out here, but he was out helping a friend of his add a room onto his house in Boulder, and he was driving back yesterday, and he texted me as he was almost back home listening on the app the whole way.
Wow.
And he wanted to get some Chicago, and I didn't quite make it, so we'll send that out a day later to Davis.
Still got it.
Love it.
There you have it.
All right. Let me get our caller to win the prize, number 5, and that is Ed. Hey, Ed.
How you doing?
Awesome, Ed. We got something over here for you. If you can tell me what the word of the week is.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
You got it.
Yes, you did. Oh, yes, you will. Take it away, Presbo.
And we're going to give you a pair of tickets to see Guns N' Roses at the Hard Rock Live at Estes Arena inside the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Atlantic City, Sunday, September 12th. And we're going to give you a hotel room as well, my friend.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Of course. Enjoy the show. Hang on the line. We'll get your information. And don't forget, this is the closest you're going to get to seeing them in a club-sized venue. Tickets for September 12th show are on sale now. Info at Hard Rock Hotel AtlanticCity.com. Take a moment to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the Pennsylvania Renaissance Fair, and you can get tickets at PARenfair.com. Also brought to you by the Craft Beer Trail of Greater Philadelphia, covering 5 counties with over 90 breweries and 1,000